All right, all right, all right. We are live. What is up, my people? We are live tonight, like everybody else. Good to know that my fam is in the house tonight. We got a special Table Talk Live tonight. Thought we would shift some gears. The latest developing story, I'm sure everyone has heard, or at least by now, in reference to the KIELY RODNI case, which is hot and developing. So I thought we could have a discussion on that topic and on that case tonight on a special table talk. We are having an open table conversation on this case tonight. So if you have been following it, which I'm sure a lot of you have, and you are definitely invited to join us tonight to discuss the latest developments and some of your thoughts following the case. I know that there are a lot of YouTubers on right now covering all of the latest developments on the case. I know that I haven't covered it on my channel. I know RJ did on his. I think he did a great job giving you his thoughts, insights on what he believes may have occurred during the time that she went to that park party I had my thoughts at the time, but I said, I'm just going to sit back. Everybody seems to have made that case hotter than the Summer Wells case. Like Summer, like disappeared off the map. And I said, whoa, here we go again. And in light of that, there was some, for lack of a better word, there was some shit going on with other YouTubers concerning that case. And I said, wow, they are going to flip this case into the Summer Wells case already? And it's only been 2 weeks? Come on. And I saw it over the last couple of days and I said, oh man. But nonetheless, we do have a development today. I wanted to share that development with you. We don't have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 5,000 people, thank God, in the chat. That's too much. That's way too much. They can have them. Those big channels, yes, they can have them. I like small. I like intimate. I like what we have because what we have works. Thank you all for joining us tonight for a special Table Talk Live. And I've got a special guest coming on to join me in this live. Mr. Bossman Blake will be joining us tonight. I will be dropping the link, and I would like to hear your thoughts as to the new developments in the Keyly RODNI case. Mr. RJ is always welcome to hit that link too. I meant to send that to you by email, but I was in just like putting all this stuff together at the last moment. I enjoyed my day, so to speak. I hope you did yours too. And I see that Mr. Boss Blake is in the house in blue, holding it down. We'll be talking, brother, in momentarily. PJ's Wish is in the house. Good to see you, PJ's. Leanne Ferguson is in the house. Good to see you, Miss Leanne. Always good to see you. Marley 13 is in the house. Always good to see you. You're probably saying, oh, there's no sound yet. Yeah, I was just like clicking. I had a very low Wi-Fi connection. I said, well, let me check my Wi-Fi connection, make sure I got my speed up to where it is. And lo and behold, having a few tabs open, my speed was like down in the dumps. I'm like, wait a minute, I can't go live with this. Cool. Okay, I know you're ready. So I had to unplug my modem. You know how you restart the modem and wait 30 seconds to 60 seconds and then replug everything and then test run it again. Well, I had to do all that stuff. And I said, yeah, 25 minutes after 8, I'm due to go live at 8:30. Now you want to start acting up. But you roll with it. You'll roll with it. Good to see you, Marley 13. We got brother RJ in the house in blue holding us down. We got Jody M in the house. Hello, Jody. How are you? It's Candy Cane 82 is in the house. Good to see you. Good to see you. CP Cosplay is in the house. Good to see you, Miss Cosplay. Beautiful. I love this. Gail Thornberry is in the house. Gail, hello. Hope you're doing well. Jennifer Marie is in the house. Much love to you, Miss Jennifer Marie. We have Miss Justice in blue holding us down tonight. You know how we have to get it out the way first, and then we get to the business. Miss Lorraine Muhammad, Queen Lioness, is in the house. Much love to you and yours. We got Jennifer Nobles in the house. Obsidian's in the house. Hello, Jennifer and Obsidian. Okay, see? Obsidian's in blue. Check it out. She thought, oh, man, I'm in blue. Cool. Much love to you. Sassy Brenda is in the house. Fed Up is in the house. Your thoughts and prayers to the KIELY family. Yes. Yes, indeed. That's what we're going to be talking about and sharing this evening. There's a very special case developing, and we can all just imagine what KIELY's family is feeling right now. If the latest developments, according to that search team that went out today, and found her car in 14 feet of water, upside down, we got a lot to talk about. We do have a lot to talk about. Elizabeth Lander is in the house. Yes, and welcome to everyone that's new in the chat. Jackie Barty is in the house. Hello, Jackie. How you doing, love? MC is in the house. Salute to you. MC Nosy Bug is in the house. Welcome, Nosy Bug. All right. Well, the room is going to definitely get warmed up. Got literally thousands and thousands and thousands of people on various different YouTube channels covering this case tonight because of its latest development. And we're going to be taking a look at on this case from a different perspective. I know that RJ did some work on his channel on this case. I missed that live. I had my phone recharging on a couple of nights, missed Mr. Boss Blake's live. I was like, okay, we got to straighten some stuff out here. But I said, okay, well, what I heard today, I was shocked to hear. I wasn't too surprised, but then again, it was shocking. I had my feelings on it. I said, if they hadn't found her in 14 days yet, I said, that's not good. It's never good this long. And especially when we're talking about a 16-year-old hanging out with 18-year-olds who are hanging out with 20 and 22-year-olds in an open park party. What else would you expect in terms of a party? You know, me as a parent, I know I went through some stuff with my daughters at 16, and they kind of like want to run the house at 16, you know, but I remember several times, but I'll share those stories with you during the duration of tonight's live and give you a little bit of how fatherhood for me was very interesting when my daughters, both Amanda and Dominique, were 16, and give you some insights on that. Hopefully you'll be able to share your insights. When I drop that link tonight, we're going to have an open table discussion. I would love everyone's input on your thoughts on this case as it develops. So with that said, you know what time it is. We got to get busy. So let's get busy. Let's go to work.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to John Q's Table Talk. Let's go. Here at Table Talk, everybody's opinions matter, because we only here for one reason, and that's the truth. Cue the truth. So many cases we've been facing, so many kids that have been taken. You got ours and you got on, and some more wells I just can't take it. Never see John hesitate. A hard to go you can't replace. So Table Talk gon' be the place where we break down all the basics. You don't need no reservation, open mind, a little face. That's why we work another case. Kids go missing every day. We know the news, they do their thing, but John gon' come through in the pain. But this is a show for all of us, so let us know just what you think. For Table Talk, it's time to go to work. Let the people know that John is going live. It's time for Table Talk. Yeah. It's time for Table Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mr. John Q.
And that's what time it is. It's time to go to work. Welcome, everyone. Leslie B. Leslie B., much love to you. Thank you for joining us. I miss you. I miss you madly. Good that you can be here holding down the fort. Tonight, we're going to be talking about the 16-year-old that went missing on August 5th, 2022. Went to a party with her friends. Didn't make it home. Reminds me so much of the Kanika Jenkins case. Same scenario. And it's sad. Kanika was 19, but KIELY, 16. I'm saying to myself, what is a 16-year-old doing at a party like that? That's just me. That is just me. And I know that anyone in this chat room right now, being a parent who may have a teenager or teenagers in their household, near or thereabout that age, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, in that ballpark, we know that 16-year-olds can be a handful to a degree because they want to be an adult fast already. We know that peer pressure plays a very important part in their lives at 16. We have to remember that as we dig into this case, because that's what I feel and think that KIELY was going through. Wanting to fit into the crowd, wanting to be a part of the crowd. Now, she was most certainly a young female that was ahead of her time. Graduated high school at 16, getting ready to go to college at 16. Whoa. So you know she was doing well. You know she was doing well. And being around older teens, 18, 19s in that pocket, you kind of think also about how they must have felt, being that they were graduating, all getting ready to go to college. Regarding KIELY being the youngest and the smartest, or the most excelled student out of her particular class, wanting to fit in, get in where you fit in kind of thing. And they let her. They let her. Just food for thought, folks. Food for thought. Tonight, we're going to open up our live session, open table session, by bringing on my brother, my buddy, my confidant, Mr. Boss Blake.
What's good, man? What's going on?
How you doing, brother?
Good. How you doing? Hello,
All
everyone
right.
in the chat. Hope everybody having a good Sunday.
Yes, indeed. Indeed. So how you been? I know that this has been breaking news on your side. I mean, we're all getting it today. I guess, to begin tonight's table talk, what are some of your thoughts so far?
Man, well, the first thought I had when I first seen RJ set up his live about it, the first day he set it up, I went and start doing my research on it immediately. And that's when I realized how many people was onto this case already. And they had celebrities, donating money and all types of things like that. And it just made me wonder, like, first, how do they decide which case means a lot to them,
Right.
But, it's definitely an unfortunate situation for a young 16-year-old that I found out was very intelligent, ahead of her class. Looked like she was about to graduate at 16 from what I seen. And one thing I do want to say is I hope no one is judging her for going to a party or judging her parents for allowing her to go to a party, because no one knew probably how this party was going to turn out.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? We knew how things would be, or if we could foresee the future, of course we wouldn't do it. She was going to enjoy herself with a party. You know, she's a teenager. But unfortunately, she didn't make it home. And I got some questions, and I feel we'll get into it later on. But it's just a very unfortunate situation, and hopefully the truth comes out with the autopsy and everything like that.
Right. Well, obviously, they apparently right now, as far as the news that has come out on this case so far, you know, there was a special dive team that went in today and covered several of those lake area reservoirs in that location. And just to pinpoint and begin tonight's table talk discussion, I want to take you to Google Earth. We're going to get into some map work. I'm going to welcome everyone who's joining us tonight for a special table talk discussion about the KIELY RODNI case, 16-year-old that went missing August 5th of 2022, and went missing here. This location, Prosper Lake. I'm sorry, Mr. Boss Blake.
Nobody do the map work like John. That's all.
We are in the map room tonight, folks. You know, and in looking at this particular area, how far off from the highway, other roads that lead in and around this campsite area, looking at it just in front of you doesn't look too big. I said, oh, okay, you know, it doesn't appear to be too big. Oh, no. No, when you get down to the nitty gritty and really start covering some map work, especially in this particular area, this place is huge. Extremely huge. And as you'll see, we're going to cover some of this terrain. I'm going to get some close-up shots. We're going to measure certain things, try to get a bullseye location as to where the divers went. Because you figure before the divers, the special team, Adventures with Purpose, arrived, you figure that the authorities, FBI and search and rescue and all these professional folks that have been out there at least 13, 14 days before today's search commenced, that they would have covered certain areas of the immediate area and covered that and swept it clean. However, we're finding out today that that's not the truth. That didn't come out of today's news. And we want to begin as I begin to take you into this particular area here. And if y'all can type a 1 for a sound check and visibility check, lets me know that you can hear me clearly and you can see the map clearly. And we'll begin. I want to thank all of you for showing up. My goodness, people are piling in. Yes, we are in the map room. Miss Cat Eyes, Miss Lady V is in the house. Welcome. Robin B is in the house. Leslie B is in the house. Jackie Barty's in the house. Leanne Ferguson is in the house. Jackie Barty's in the house. Ace O is in the house. Fed Up is in the house. Who, what, when, where, why is in the house. Welcome. Deborah Craighead is in the house. Sassy Brenda's in the house. Okay. So this is the park location. As you can see here, there is a specific location within the body of the park. So to enter it, you would have to begin looking at the map to see some kind of entry point. Now, the main route here is 80, which runs north and south past the park. Well, one of the ways to get to this particular area right off of 80 is this intersection right here. And this intersection that cuts right into 80 and cuts through 80 is Truckee Donner Recreation and Park area. And if we follow this road into the park area, you begin to see the terrain change. Now, I'm sure that there were many different routes that lead you up and through here, but I'm just taking us off the main route here because it's one of the simplest to really get to and through. Let's drop our little guy down here and let's see what the connection is. As we zoom, and go down, we can begin to get an opportunity to see, and this is East Adler Creek Road. Come down a little bit down here. Off the main road, one of the main roads that would lead you into this area. Let me back up a little bit. As we follow this area in, there's some residential homes in this area. I have looking at it, and you can begin to crisscross into this area, but there was a particular area, I believe I passed it. Well, off of the main stretch here, you can begin to make that connection toward the park. And I'm just thinking about one of the areas here. Let me just straighten the map out a little bit. That's a little bit better. But here, we begin to see Adler Creek, if I'm in the right neighborhood. Wait a minute. Came off of 80. 80 connects. We have Boca Reserve here, Reservoir here. They even check this. In a matter of hours, they were able to check this particular location near the Boca campgrounds as well. Boca Hill is here. And then going back here, where the campground is, and I would say this would be here in this particular area. They call this, I think it's sanctuary area or something like that. That's what I was able to hear. Did you hear that, boss? Something about a sanctuary place or sanctuary area?
Yeah, I heard about that.
Okay. So from this location here is predominantly where the party was. Now, for this to have had at least several hundred people, 200 to 300 people, according to what was mentioned by the Sheriff's Department, Placer Sheriff's Department, This place is huge. If you can really take a look at it from a bird's eye view, this is huge compared to the roads. Now I want you to take a look at the reservoir itself. This is huge. Taking a look at it from water standpoint, this is approximately 1.61 miles long. Y'all can see that? Yeah, the sanctuary. Thank you, RJ. 1.5 miles long to about 1.6. So this is no duck walk. As we begin to take a look at the length of this, and then the width of it, going to point to point, 0.27 miles this way, point to point, 0.75 miles this way, 3/4 of a mile. So this gives you an idea of how big this reservoir is. And then compare it to the site itself. And let's go back to the park area where they were. It's a 1/2 mile to the water. Gives you an idea, just an idea.
John, do you know exactly the area of, I guess that's a creek or a lake that she was found in? I know you said it was like...
We can go from here, and it's somewhere in this vicinity here, between 0.21 and 0.25. This area here. So now you figure, how could she have gone from that point all the way there? Well, there are two options right now as it stands.
Yep.
Just two. One, her being inebriated and left by her friends. For those of you that need me to blow that up, I will blow it out. All by herself now, with strangers that she doesn't know. And according to an interview that was done on Icky Mel's page, someone had called in, or there was a call that was placed that put the two of them together. And it would be Icky Mel, who was the YouTube channel holder, and a guy named Ronnie, who had a discussion in reference to two cousins being at this party who saw KIELY. Now, I looked at the timeline from the 608 from the video surveillance still shot that they had taken with her wearing a black body top and either blue to green type jeans, chino type jeans, on the day of the party. I'm not going to get into the sweaters or anything else like that, but in listening to parts of that conversation, this Ronnie guy, I don't know why he decided to share this information, but he did. He did. He talked about two cousins being at this party, older cousins in their 20s, mid-20s, who was there at the party and saw KIELY walking around back and forth, chatting with people, and according to the discussion, she was drunk. She was in bad shape. Now, these two cousins, whether they were part of an older group that was there and according to that group, carried some illegal drugs to give to the kids entice them to take because it was a party. And at these parties, you know what goes on. Alcohol is there, beer is there, pills are there, coke could be there, fentanyl could be there. But according to that story, I said, well, wait a minute. Well, if that's the case, I'm sure that the police had to have questioned these people. But then again, backing up, according to the narrative, police was reaching out to talk to people because nobody wanted to talk to them about what had occurred in this park area. And it's unfortunate because we're missing a 16-year-old. This wasn't an adult that went missing. This was a 16-year-old, someone's child, went missing, part of a group that went out there all together and then for some strange reason split up. Let me go here. And thank you all for joining us. Yes, boss.
Now, from what I'm looking at on the map, I know you mentioned two ways to this creek, and I'm looking at both of them. If I'm correct, if she went in that direction alone, it was because she wasn't familiar with this area. But if she had kinfolks out there that would allow her to leave by herself, that's sad, especially in that state of mind that she was in, as they say.
Right.
But my mind automatically takes me to, she didn't go that way by herself. And I'm gonna just leave it at that. I'm gonna let you continue, but going in that direction, now I know
Right.
when you're inebriated, maybe your sense of direction, you may get confused on which way you came in. But driving that way and then end up on some, I guess, a bank before you hit water, nah, bro.
Right.
Nah.
I feel where you're coming from. I feel exactly where you're coming from. But according to this story now unfolding on Ikimel's channel, it seems like some folks knew KIELY. It gave the impression that these two cousins of the person called Ronnie knew this girl. How? I don't know, but that'll all come out. But knew of her, had seen her is the word. Going back and forth, talking with people, appearing inebriated. Well, what makes that so specific is the fact that this guy, Ronnie, is talking about two specific people, family members, whether they be his or whomever, are at this party and they see KIELY. Keep that in mind. The other is if KIELY tried to leave inebriated by herself and didn't know the terrain because of the inebriation that she was under, it would be easy for her to have be misdirected in some way, shape, or form, to have gotten in her car at some location here and then went south rather than to go north, looking for this particular cut coming out of the parking area, as you can see here. Between where we started, and there's a road that cuts through these trees and connects with this road that will take you back through the campground all the way back to the main road here, where she would then go south, continue her path all the way until she reconnected with where she got there, or how she got there.
I got
And
a question for you, John.
yes.
I don't know all of the details, but I remember you was telling me that she was saw somewhere prior to the party, and we'll get into the details of that. But whoever she was with in that part of the day, did they go with her to the party?
Now, you would think so, because between 6:08 and the time that they arrive, which, according to the narrative that I had heard, about 10 p.m., 9:30, 10 o'clock in that ballpark, that's what time they arrived at this party. Well, where were they between 6:08 and 9:30?
Right.
And it's a very good point you bring up, because according to this Ronnie guy and his cousins, they had seen her earlier. According to that narrative, I picked up on that. I said, well, okay, well, where the hell are they if they're not at the park? If she was seen earlier drunk.
She had to be invited to this party, right?
Right. Now, according to the narrative, this girl by the name of Samantha Smith, this young lady here that had an interview with American Dream Chaser, this guy Tony Dodge, had an interview with Samantha Smith, and she told a story. One hell of a story that has a lot of holes in it. A lot of holes in it. And just by the count of number of people that are in the chat, how many of you have heard Samantha Smith's story taken from this American Dream Chaser guy? Type of one. Type of one. Let's see how many have followed that narrative that she told in her vehicle during this interview. And we'll get a handle on that. Okay, Jennifer says several times. RJ says yes. Karen Moffat says yes. Connie says yes. Leslie B says yes. Fed Up says yes. Lady V, yes. Lorraine, yes. Cosplay, yes. Jody M, yes. Pamela Tate is in the house. Pamela, excuse me. Pamela Tate says yes. Leanne says no, hadn't heard it. This is where you can find that interview. I think it's 17:59 minutes long. It's very interesting to really listen to this young lady, because this is the young lady, Kylie's friend, who last seen Kylie, who was last with Kylie by her own admission.
How old is she?
She's 18.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew she was older.
Now, I think the drinking age out of California is 21. I think the age to be able to purchase alcohol is 21. So you kind of figure who bought the alcohol.
What I'm saying is the fact that Kylie was left inebriated, she probably had some plans with somebody else and really didn't give too I ain't gonna say that, really didn't care what Kylie did. And it could have been a bug play scenario like, we gonna go hang out tonight or something like that.
Right.
And she felt like, okay, cool, you do you, I'm gonna do me.
Right.
Instead of worrying about your little younger friend, making sure she make it home safely. Because in actuality, I don't know if they came to the party together, and I don't know if she's the one who invited her. But that's your friend. That's your friend. And you know she's younger than everybody, pretty much almost everybody at this party.
Correct.
That bothers me, bro. That bothers me.
Yes, correct. And according to the narrative, Samantha is the one, Sammy for short, is the one who arranged for their group to go to this park party. That's according to the narrative. So they had to have been together in order to have gone together to be there at the party together. However many of them as a group that showed up, 4, 6, 5. We know that there's a Megs or a Mags that was part of that group. I think her name is Kate. There was Sammy. There was Kylie. And there may have been 2 other people with them who went to this park party. And the person I would feel out of this whole narrative that would know how to get there would be Sammy, since she knew of and about the party. Now, when you have a young lady like this that tells this narrative that she told American Dream Chaser, that says that Kylie was her ride home. Now, she's a designated driver, or the story came out that that's what the mom was told, that Kylie was going to this party to be the designated driver. That'll all come out, though. It's still a little fuzzy, but all of it'll come out. And so with, I guess, the parents' permission for her to be a designated driver to make sure that her friends that she went with got home safely, it begs the question, why would you leave the designated driver? Why would you leave your ride home knowing that that has been designated to be your ride home? Why would you find another ride home? Wait a minute. She said during this interview that she knew Kylie was inebriated and she didn't want to take the chance on driving with someone under the influence. She tells American Dream Chaser this statement. I said, oh, okay. Your friend's, intoxicated, turned up, as we call it. And she's in no shape to drive, but that's your designated driver. Why don't you get on the phone and call the parents to let them know that, hey, we're out here to party and Kylie's not feeling too good. She's unable to drive. Can you all come out here and pick us up?
Friends, how many of us have them? What kind of mess is that, bro?
Right?
She said she don't want to ride with her because she's... So I'm going to just let her ride by herself, knowing that she's drunk as a skunk. Come on, man. Parents, talk to your kids.
Yeah,
Please.
call a Uber, call a taxi. Come on now. You mean to tell me y'all walking around there broke? You couldn't get your friend, make sure that your friend got home safe, whether the car got left there or not? They could go and pick it up the next day after everybody's cleared. I found that to be extremely concerning. Not only that, she split from being with Kylie. She had another ride. With whom, we don't know, but according to what was said and what was told, it was another male. Who's the male? We got to find out who she went home with then. And why did she decide to leave Kylie? Knowing she was turned up, unable to drive, because she wasn't going to take a chance to drive with her. Why didn't she drive? She's 18. Doesn't she have a license? Or one of the friends that they were with have a license? We know that the girl Mags left after being there 10 minutes.
So John, you said Sam left with a guy, right?
Yeah. According to what was stated so far, yes.
Let's put this together. I don't know if that guy was her boyfriend or the guy she met that night and she went home with him. I don't know. Let's think about this. She supposed to ride with Kylie.
Right.
But she got a dude that she's leaving with. I am pretty sure that dude came with a homie, right? You see where I'm going with this?
Yep.
So being that she didn't ride with Kylie, guess who probably rode with Kylie?
homie.
Okay, I'm gonna leave that alone. You can go ahead.
Yeah. You know, when you split up like that, you know, you've made up your mind knowing the rest of your agenda, how that's going to go for the rest of the night. But why would she leave Kylie? She only left her probably knowing that Kylie was going to get home somehow. The twist in this interview was some additional things that she said. And the additional things that she mentioned was the fact that she knew she was inebriated. She assumed, and this is during the interview here, she assumed that Kylie was going to spend the night. I said, wait a minute, back up. What happened at 11:30? Well, and this is still an assumption here based on her statement. She states that Kylie had texted her mom at 11:30 requesting or letting them know that she wanted to stay a little longer at the party and that she would be home within about 45 minutes, give or take. Give or take. Mom didn't appear, from what was said on the news, she didn't appear to be concerned about that at all, and she allowed it. I'm wondering if something happened at 11:30 for that text message to have gone out. So we're going from 6:08 to the 11:30 texts in a timeline. And that 11:30 point that goes to then a 12 o'clock position, we go into the next morning, 12:15, 12:25, Samantha tells her goodbye. This is her story, folks. 12:33 is when Kylie's phone shuts off. 12:36, Sammy says that Kylie called her and asked her if she still wanted a ride or still needed a ride. This came out of Sammy's mouth. But according to police, 12:33 was when the phone was shut off. So how could she have gotten any kind of communication after 12:33 pertaining to 12:36? This is burning her brain right now, tonight, because now the car, Kylie's car, has been found. Back at the park, and here about near this location in a very odd way, upside down in 14 feet of water. This reservoir is about nearly 60 feet deep at a center point, but 14 feet in this region, I could be off, give or take, but it's in this region. I could slide it here or there, but in this region, off of a dirt road, as you can see here. And it's not so much a regular dirt road, because I could show you the dirt road here. This is the end of a pavement platform, and then you begin to get into a dirted, rough terrain area where SUV vehicles could navigate to a certain degree. If you don't have a Jeep or something a bit more sturdy and rugged to handle this terrain, you're going to have a very, very rough ride. But as we go across the plain here, And give or take, we get to see tire tracks. I don't know if you can see them, but give or take, you could get to see grooves of tire tracks. So some folks do come through here. In what type of vehicles? Could be SUVs, could be Jeeps. Here's a car right here, or a truck that we can see of right here. Let's go to 3D. Gives you a better idea of how close that they can get. Looks like two people are standing over here. Two shadows, possibly. To get close enough to this water to have driven directly into it. Now, going back to my first scenario, if she had to take this ride by herself, thinking that she was reconnecting to one of the main roads, fully inebriated, and accidentally, because there's no lights out here, we have to remember, this is not a regular type street, so to speak. There are no lights. When this baby is black, it is pitch black. You're lucky if you have the moonlight as some kind of light to illuminate this area to see where you are going. But inebriated as she may have been, there is a possibility she could have thought she was on the main road, give or take, closed her eyes at some point, and hit the water. Now, based on the speed, we don't know. That'll be determined. There is a black box that's in that car. It'll give us a reading as to whether she was in the car, how fast she was going, what direction, how did she hit the water, etc., etc. So all that will come out of the analysis that they're going to run on the car.
Hey, John.
Yes.
Let's think about this. She did text her mom and tell her mom she'll be leaving shortly, right?
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Her mom texted her back. She said, okay, mom. If she had the thought capacity at that moment to let her mom know I'll be coming home shortly, do you really think she was that drunk?
Right. Hence, you're starting to dig fast. You're starting to dig fast, yeah. Because whatever transmission regarding that text that police have of that 11:30 text message, they'll be able to tell based on the words that she used and how many of them that she used to communicate with her mom and how many points in time or time duration that she communicated with her mom at that particular time until the last words, I love you, be home soon, blah, 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 whatever was said. That'll be picked up once again by the investigators on the case.
Now,
To help them to determine how inebriated could a person be using 15 words, 20 words, 25 words, 30 words, could have been 40, 50 words in that communication between that 11:30 text going to her mother.
right.
They'll be able to determine that.
Now, it's not far-fetched, but it's a possibility. Unless somebody else had her phone and sent that message because they know she had a certain time she had to be home. So they sent the text message. I don't know. But if it came from her, there's no way she was that drunk that she drove her car into that creek, man. I just don't see that happening.
Right. Now, that's just the first scenario, if you will, accidental death due to intoxication and, of course, drowning. That's what may come out. Second option, somebody else was with her. Perhaps 2 or 3 people could have been with her, had taken her out away from this particular area where the party was, and taken her out over here. away from that party, either with or without the car. But no one would have seen that because the friends are gone. Megs is gone 10 minutes after she arrived. She got her ride. She's going home. Samantha, she finds a designated driver. Not going to drive with Kylie. Not going to make sure she is going to be able to drive home at the same time. And this is where I'm looking at Sammy, not to say that she was involved in any way, shape, or form, saying that she did something, but she did do something. And I kept hearing several people on the other channels who's, oh, maybe Sammy didn't have anything to do with it. What are you talking about? She left Kylie inebriated at the park when that was her designated driver. She did do something. And the something she did was left Kylie. There is some culpable action here that makes her culpable of her behavior, which didn't make sense. But she did. But she did. And she's wearing it right now as we speak. If everything that's been confirmed that's coming out of this story right now, oh yeah, she's wearing it tonight. And she's going to wear it for a very long time. Because that was a wrong thing to do. You don't do that to your friend, quote unquote, your best friend. If they were besties. This tells me that's far from the truth. Maybe associates, maybe partygoers hang out, but nothing in terms of intimate friendship, because that kind of friend wouldn't do that. And I'm sure that a lot of you would agree with me in the chat. Your best friend, knowing that you guys are at a party, would not leave you in bad shape by yourself to wing it home by yourself, knowing that you're turned up. But she did. She did. And that's a sad thing about whom you call a friend. Because that kind of person you don't call a friend. This one was going to lead the search and collect the information from the young people that were at the party that's not talking to police and all this other stuff. Boy, she jumped right into the spotlight with the whole thing. Then we just found out, I think either yesterday or the day before, that she's not even in California. Her and her folks left California, maybe to make sure she started school on time. That's too bad for Kylie, because she won't be starting school at all if everything that comes out of this update is positively confirmed. According to the article, police have not truly confirmed that it is Kylie, but according to the search and rescue folks that went out there today that found that vehicle upside down in 14 feet of water, they said that there is someone in that car and that they have notified the authorities, and that moments, maybe 45 minutes to an hour ago, they were removing the car from the lake. This just gives us an idea, folks. Just an idea. But this massive park, to have 200 to 300 people have a party in this location called the Sanctuary, this is huge. You kind of figure, okay, from this spot, where did the authorities search first? Where did their search begin? Well, as you can see, the road comes out of this area and swings right by the water And you can follow it back to the main route where the road begins to branch back. But to take a look at this 1.6 mile creek and find her car here, or thereabout, you start to build on the second scenario. If 1, 2, or 3 people decided to take her away from the crowd because if she's inebriated, then perhaps we can begin to take a look at most certainly foul play. This has now become a crime scene. And up until they determine whether this is an accidental death, they're going to treat it as a death investigation right now. If they have to upgrade it from a death investigation to a homicide, they'll find it. They'll find it. But this poor girl, 16 years old, somewhere between a quarter to 1 and perhaps 2 a.m. in the morning, she's out here by herself. Out here by herself. And whomever was with her at the time she was left by her friends. And I keep going back to that conversation with the Ronnie guy and the 2 cousins that kept seeing KIELY during that party. Why was she the total focal point of their line of sight? Hopefully we'll get more information about the 2 cousins. Whether they had anything to do with it or not, who knows? But I now know that authorities now finding this vehicle and the person that's inside of it right now allegedly could be KIELY. We'll have all the answers shortly. And a lot of heads are going to spin on these answers. That is for sure. The other, just to give you that visual, I wanted to thank you all for joining us this evening for a special Table Talk Live. We've already gotten confirmation from Fox News I'll bring it up in a second. Here. And Fox News reports from their end the KIELY RODNI search dive team finds body near where missing California teen last seen.
John, when you look at that little area where a car went off into the water, doesn't that look like a little? I hate to put it this way, but like a little creep spot for young teenagers to go do what they do.
Yeah.
They park right there on that little sandbar, whatever it is.
Yeah, it does. Sort of like a little getaway area away from the crowd, closer to the water, right. Isolated area. Remember, it's pitch dark out there, folks. So nobody's really going to see anything. Not unless you got a flashlight, a good strong flashlight with LED to really illuminate the area over there near that creek. It would be impossible to see anything. You may hear something, but you won't see anything. Hence, maybe the reason why folks are not coming forward with any information, because they couldn't see anything. But going back to this article, a search and rescue team that recently joined the hunt for missing 16-year-old Kylie Rodney, said they found a car and human remains in a lake on Sunday afternoon near the campground that Rodney vanished from about 2 weeks ago. Adventures with Purpose, a popular YouTube channel that assisted in the missing persons cases, said that they had found a car upside down in 14 feet of water with her inside of it. A spokesperson for the Placer County Sheriff's Office said that they are working to confirm the reports and the dive team is on their way to the lake. Rodney vanished from a party at a campground in Truckee, California in the early morning hours of August the 6th. We need to find out when they state early morning hours, what time in the morning are we talking about? Authorities spent weeks searching wooded areas near Prosser Family Campground in Tahoe National Forest that locals call the campground, where Rodney was last seen around 12:30 a.m. I think they're coinciding that 12:30 a.m. with the 12:33 ping. They pinged her phone, and at around 12:33, that ping was identified at that time. Now, since we don't have a witness that says that they saw her at 12:30, hence I have the tendency to doubt that she was last seen at that time. But that may change, though. On August 6th, at an estimated 300-person party that began on the night of August 5th, officials began to pick up and bag evidence in the camping area on August 11th. Beautiful 16-year-old. Just starting her life. Just starting her life. And it saddens me to see another one of these children, someone's child, go missing and hence now end up where we are today with the story. Rodney was last seen on August 6th at Prosser Family Campground in Truckee, California. The party Rodney attended at the campground on the weekend of August 6th before she vanished included hundreds of attendees as well as drugs and alcohol. Authorities believe she may have been abducted. What gives them the evidence of an abduction will start to come into play as well, and are treating their investigation as an abduction. Must have been some kind of evidence that gave them a clue that this could possibly be an abduction. After her disappearance, Placer County officials activated the Code Red Alert system, which sends alerts to some of 100,000 persons in Placer County population. And these people were out there on foot. Obviously, they had dogs, whether that be canine or not, but they had search dogs. Search and Rescue was out there looking for this girl. Sylvia Tyndall, where can I send link? You can send it to my email. Hello, Double Rainbows. Thank you, love, for being here. And if you could drop my email in the chat, or you can send it to Boss Blake. He's got his email in there. Appreciate that. Anyone has any links that you'd like to share, most certainly let us know. Here we have the sheriff's department out there in a boat looking, but they damn sure didn't have the sonar equipment that Adventures with Purpose had to find that car today. Rodney's vehicle, a silver Honda CRV, which she drove to the party, also disappeared from the campground on the morning of August 6th. Police said she last spoke with friends, plural, and family shortly after midnight on the 6th, and that her phone was turned off around 12:33 a.m. Anyone with information about the case is asked to call the Placer County Sheriff's Office. Dedicated tip line at 530-581-6320. Callers can remain anonymous. Those with photos and videos may assist with the investigation into Rodney's disappearance can submit them to officials here. And this report was updated today, published at 7:13 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. I wanted to share that with you. And I mean, it's a tragedy. And I say it's a tragedy only because, going back to the map real quick, if this is the exact spot, let me do this. In or around or near that spot. Yeah, you're right, boss. It does look like a nooked area. Very isolated.
Yes, sir.
So is this here. A larger portion of this area here. But you figure, who in the hell would want to go this far out away from the main road? You see it here.
Somebody was familiar with that area, though.
Somebody had to be familiar with that area. Or it was visible enough, because this is a very wide open area, as you can see, until it gets to the shallow ends of the water here. All this is shallow end.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, if you are drunk, once you feel your car dip into water, I think at that point, you wake up like, whoa, where am I at?
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Now, she could have had a window crack, going back to scenario 1, her being by herself. She could have had the window crack. You're inebriated. You need air. You know, you're riding in your car. You got the wind blowing through that crack in the window. You hit the water, depending on the speed that she was going, which, of course, plays a factor into this, too. She hits that water, and that car takes a float quick. Because once all 4 wheels are pretty much in that water, and the top end of that water hits the bottom of that chassis, it's going to contour the bottom of that car in all hollow points where there are air pockets. So if she hit that water going at a speed that kind of pushed her out away from those tires ever reconnecting with the ground that she was on, yeah, now she's stuck, because the car is now floating out into the water. And now the car begins to take on water, where the nooks and crannies of the car, through the chassis, up through and into the car doors at the baseline will, I would believe, begin to flood the interior of the car. The hardest thing to try to do is to try to open up a door in water. It's very difficult to do.
Absolutely.
It's extremely difficult to do, especially for a 16-year-old that's 130 pounds. Jeez, I mean, she's a petite. And the water is now coming in. She's trying to open up the door. She's breathing. She's aspirating. She's still inebriated. She doesn't know whether to get out or break the window. Her phone now becomes submerged because it's in the car seat, or it could be between the seats. And that car took on enough water quickly enough to start to pull that car down into an area where the ridge of that creek was deep.
Right.
Deep enough to be 14 feet.
I put the link that Sylvia sent me in the email. I put it in the private chat.
Very good. Thank you. So just to get an idea, folks, 14 feet, car taking on water. Things can happen in split seconds. And think about being inebriated as well. Your mind is not clear as to what to do. You want to get out, but things are not working for you to get out, and the car is taking on water. And you hit a deep pocket where the front of the car, because the engine is there, being the heaviest part of the car where the engine is, begins to tilt forward, almost like the Titanic. Now, once that water gets through that cracked window, we don't know if there was any cracked windows or open windows, but to think of a cracked window, water's getting in there. Now water's getting on you. It's splashing you in your face. You can't see. There's a lot going on in a relatively short period of time.
Oh, my goodness.
Once you're in that deep end part of the water, to open up a door is almost like pushing a wall, asking it to move.
John, you gotta look at this, bro. You gotta look at this.
Okay. Is that the link you gave me?
Yes, that's the link that Miss Sylvia Tyndall put, that they had took drone footage a few days ago.
Okay, we shall bring that up now.
This is gonna blow your mind, bro. I'm telling you.
And thank you for sending that link. All right.
This is crazy, man.
All right. So we have a Facebook page, grouped by True Crime Sisters, KIELY, RODNI, California Missing Search Updates and Discussion. All right. Anything I should put my eyes on first, or?
Scroll down and go to the box that has the 8 on it, so you can open up those pictures. Now go to the next one. To the right. Yeah, that arrow. Yeah. Go again.
One more again?
Boom. And then it's another one after that that's gonna blow your mind. Wow. That's the water. Can't go to the next one. Come on, bro. You don't see that?
God, yeah.
You don't see that?
Wow.
And I think the next one show you how far it is away from the bank, if I'm not mistaken.
Wow.
That's crazy. How do you miss that, bro?
Yeah. It's got to be in it. Oh, my God. It's right here.
Appreciate
it. It is upside down. Now I'm beginning to see. Oh, man.
You can tell it's upside down, bro.
Jesus Christ. And it's not far at all from the shoreline.
Miss Sylvia, who took this drone footage? Do you know?
Thank you, Miss Sylvia. My God.
That's crazy. That's crazy, bro.
Now, I think if they use the drone, I don't know if it doesn't look like this may be thermograph or anything else like that. This could be, is that FLIR imaging, FILR imaging from the air. And then they put a sonar down there, and that's where they were able to find it so damn quick today.
Do you reckon that that got those guys who actually went out today seen this?
Oh my goodness! What we're looking at right now?
Right? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Because this was put out on the 19th.
My goodness,
Come on,
that's
man.
incredible.
Come on, man. You gotta be kidding me.
Oh man, let me see if I can do this real quick. You know John Q. Mm, 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 mm. Wow. See, there's a road, that dirt road, there's a big part right there, and wasn't too far. We just covered that on the map, and there are tire marks here too. Wow. That is crazy.
So you mean to tell me they searched this area? The police searched this area. They didn't see any tire marks that show that a vehicle could have went off in this water. And if they sunk divers in, which I'm pretty sure they did, they missed that car right there.
Oops.
Man, let me just-
Wow. And that's what I was when we spoke on the phone. That's what I said. They had to have drone this area to try to look for tire access points to the water. It would only make sense for them to try to see if they could find tires actually leaving the ground and going toward the water, and then begin your search from there. That's what they did here. That's the way I would do it too. But to see that car in the water that far from the shoreline, so it must drop right off. I mean,
right,
give or
right.
take. I couldn't tell how many feet uh, to I don't know, 3.5, 4 feet. This is a photo looking at an angle, but this baby just drops off, and then now if this part of that water is 14 feet, that drops off fairly quickly. I mean, that's just coming off the road and dropping. So literally, she had no chance.
So, like, my
Um,
question is: it looked like this footage was taken during the daytime.
yeah,
I don't know where this footage come from, but why wasn't she found on the 19th if they had these screenshots?
yeah.
That bothers me, bro.
And I'm going to be looking at these pictures very carefully and see if I can clear them up a little bit, because there have got to be an entire access point, tire tracks accessing up this point. I've got tires running parallel to each other here, like the road has been taken before, just like this one here. But this is incredible.
Fed up, I'm with you on that. Fed up, say I'm losing faith in most LE agencies. Me too. Me too.
Wow. to be that close to shore, that's got to be one hell of a drop off. And for the car to flip, I can understand that. I can understand that because once the car
Yep.
takes on water from the front, obviously, like I said, the heavy part is going to be the leader of the weight pulling the car into the water. So, yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. You hit it on the head.
Wow. Thank you, Sylvia. Wow. That is incredible. Well, I got that saved. Definitely. That is crazy. And her trying to breathe. There is, okay. Her trying to breathe. Being as inebriated as she was. Looked like the sucker just dropped right off that area here. Even
Yeah,
here.
it looks like it just drops right there.
Yeah, it drops right off. Like this is a very deep pool area. Oh man, right there. Look at this. Oh, sweat.
She said, can you show the other pictures where it showed tire marks?
Yeah, I'm gonna get to that. I just wanna. Damn. Oh man. Y'all see this?
That,
Holy
they remind me
smokes.
of Rosemont PD now. That's what you call a half-ass job, bro. I'm gonna give it down.
Indeed.
They ain't try. They didn't try, bro. If they was out there first before anybody else searched that area, come on, man. Fuck out of here.
Yeah, and that's why, whenever I do map work, we always have to start. Okay, so we're coming. Look like it's going this way, coming around this way, off the road, coming this way. She was coming from a different direction.
So she didn't come from the area we thought she did. That's
All
what I'm
right.
saying.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, so we got to go back to. Let me see if I can pinpoint that.
That looked like the area. If she came from that direction, I mean, when you first pulled up the map, you took a trip down a long road. Looked like she came from that way.
Right. See, I have to do some more map work on this. Okay. All right, so
It's a good question, Jody.
it looks to me. Thank you, Sylvia. Wow. That looks to me from this point, bringing it back.
Jody asked a good question, and I would like to know the answer to this as well. She said, was the drone specifically looking for KIELY on the 19th, or did they look back on drone footage searching for her after, like Red, White, and Bethune did with their video?
Right.
So I wonder actually, when was that drone footage taken? Was that from the 19th, or was that some other date prior to this?
Right. Well, I mean, I can check. I wouldn't be able to check it because it's somebody else's post.
Right.
We check the original metadata on it.
Yeah, it wouldn't show it.
Yeah, no. Nope. I can't do it. Nope.
It's gonna show the date that they screenshot.
Yep. See, the thing about posted pictures is that it will give the metadata on the time the picture was posted, and it'll modify the original date.
Miss Carolyn Smith says she emailed you a live feed from the lake right now.
Okay. But yeah, that is crazy incredible. So if she came from the opposite direction,
Back that map up a little bit. Let's see what she.
Yeah. Here's the party ground here. And if they're talking about her coming out this way,
I can see where it happened, John. See where instead of going through that tree right where you at, it's a road right there. But
yeah,
when you
I know.
come back, you go all the way around the other way, which I don't understand why they would do that. If they had plans on going that area, you would think they'll take the short route.
Right. It's just to give people an idea coming from this direction versus where we started from, which is here. This is en route going out of the park.
You know, it does make sense.
It really tells me if she was parked here in this location getting to the party. Watch this now. If she was parked here where the party was, close by, because Samantha did say they kept going back and forth to the car to get whatever they needed to get, whether it be a shot here or a shot there, whatever. They were doing shots. They were drinking the same kind of shots. They were even sharing shots, she said. But if they're going back and forth here to the car, having shots and all this other stuff, now we take a look at a car ride from this location here to go way up here and then back this way, off of the road.
But if you look, that looks like it can be an entrance to that area, because that road, if you follow that same road to the area we looking at, it looks like that gets you closer without less terrain to go through.
Right. Yep.
So I would see why they would go down there.
Yeah. Because there's a track road here.
Yeah, look right here. If you see up here at the top, you go around that curve right there. Go back. You see that? Boom. Yep. You can make a right to get straight there, and there's no terrain there. So that makes sense on why they came from that way. Or they could have even went even further and went off, but that's what I feel like they left off from.
No, that's a way to look at it. You have to look at it from all angles, because here's where you get out. Here's where you begin to leave the campgrounds, right on the main road here, right off of one of the main roads that take you out of here. Because it's not too far from the strip to get back here. This is telling me something, folks. This is now telling me something. If this is the angle, if she got caught up here, to come out of here off this road, then go straight into the water, she wasn't alone. It would make no sense. Not from that angle. I have to do more homework on this. Not from that angle. Not from this angle, especially from where everything was. The sanctuary, so to speak. But we see how isolated this whole strip is here. This is nothing but this is pitch black. This
Appreciate that,
whole
Carol Smith.
area is pitch black.
I dropped you another link too, bro.
Wow.
In the private chat.
Yes.
That comes from Miss Carol Smith.
Carol. Thank you so much, Carol. Carol's been working. She's been sending me emails left and right on Breonna Taylor and back and I mean, she's been pumping. She's been pumping. Thank you, Carol.
She sent that to my Body to Beat page. I appreciate that.
All right, so we have Carol. What is it on here you want me to play?
Alive. It's
What's
alive.
that?
It's alive.
It's alive on this page.
That's Facebook, yeah.
It's a current live on this page. How far down am I going? Because it's got a lot of news posts on here. I don't know what I'm looking at. Mississippi Department, August 12th. So it's got to be usually the most recent is on the top, right?
Yeah, I see what you're looking at. Because what I'm looking at is a bunch of different videos.
Right. So it looks like a news feed here. This was yesterday at 6:29 p.m. by Kaluna Collection Shop Today. Is that the one?
No, this can't be it.
John, check your email. There's a live news feed at the water I just sent you. Okay, I'm gonna do it.
I think that's probably the same one she sent you.
Okay. Wow. My God, Carol.
Let me click on. Nope.
Carol's doing it again. Okay.
Yeah, I don't see nothing.
Wow. I want to first thank Miss Oklahoma. I love you. Thank you. My God. Okay.
Oh, she sent me another one.
Miss Oklahoma is in the chat too. My God. I love you guys.
Okay, I got it. I got another one. She sent me another one, John.
Okay, so why don't we share it from your screen?
Okay, we can do that. Hold on.
Yeah, because all of a sudden, RJ's got a photo up here. Carol Smith's got 1, 2, 3. Police release. Hold on. I think this is the one. You got it up there already? Y'all work fast. I love you guys. Okay, so let's go here. All right, so we got, okay. Oh, man.
Now, there's no sound to it because I got the sound up.
But wait a minute. I got to screen share it. Well, no.
It's already up. You got it up.
Oh, okay.
It's no sound to it. Because I turned the sound on. There's no sound to this at all.
Oh, man. Is there any way you can stop that?
I can pause it, but it's live.
Pause it. Yeah. All right, so we got murky water here. And if you could take a look at the ripples, you can see the ripples. It starts to head. They're not going up and in. They're going down toward the left rather than up toward the right. Oh, damn. I see the damn car right now. Right where the red dot is. Wow.
You see the car?
Yeah, I see it. Look at that. Upside down, wheels up. Chassis is up like a turtle on its back.
Oh, okay. I see what you're looking at now.
Yeah, that little red dot is where they got it.
Yep.
It's right there. Damn. You see how the water is rippling down to the left? Yeah.
But that's how it's rippling today.
Right. I'm just trying to think, if that car was heavy enough not to move from that position, I'm wondering if it could have been carried a little bit to get to that position. That's why they didn't find it earlier. I'm just thinking about water current because I'm seeing the water current everybody can see the water current moving. Not unless there's a helicopter that's hovering close by, creating those ripples. Oh my God! Thank you, Carol. Wow. This poor girl, man. There's some foulness in this I don't like.
Oh, most definitely.
Damn.
No doubt about it. The only thing is that worries you is being that they didn't find this car on their own, well, they found the evidence of foul play on their own.
Right. And I'm going to have to do this real quick because we are showing a news broadcast. Copyright disclaimer under Section 107. If you can pause that, boss, real quick. Of the Copyright Act of 1976, allowance is made for fair use for the purpose of criticism, commentary, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, and research. Fair use is permitted by copyright statute that might be otherwise be infringing. Nonprofit educational or personal use tips the balance in favor of fair use. We are sharing a video from a news clip taken earlier today of Kylie's car being found in the lake, not very far from the campsite, the night of the party. Thank you, Mr. Boss. If you just replay that, if you can, just so we can get a wow. And you can absolutely see the outlines so clear. Thank goodness they had good weather. Oh man, look at that. They're zooming up on it. And if she was in there, they're stating that that's where she was found. I'm thinking, the windows are up, or at least one window cracked. These teens were doing any kind of smoking and everything. They always say, crack the window. Don't forget to close your window because we're leaving the car. Man, that's not far at all off
That's
that.
not far. That's
Yeah.
not far. That's what excuse me, Sylvia sent us. It looks accurate to me.
Yeah. That is incredible. And for that to be at least 14 feet deep, that's just a drop. You hit the water and your car begins to take water on immediately. Front engine, windshield, everything. And you just keep going. There's no backing up. You can't go in reverse or nothing. Oh man. And once again, I have to think about the current. If the car was moved there and got into a shallow point where it stopped moving, because once again, you have to look for tire tracks that go right off into the water, is what you're looking for. And I'm looking at, do you see tire tracks there, boss? It looks like two parallel lines right next to the
like tire tracks to me.
right.
And that's what's mind-boggling, because if they search this area, and they could have came from the other side, but you should have. If you're gonna search this whole entire creek, why wouldn't you look on the outskirts of each area of this creek and look for tire tracks?
Right.
And you tell me you missed these tracks that we're looking at?
Maybe they had a bad drone. Who knows?
Drone my ass. I mean, they ain't have no manpower on the ground. Come on, man.
Yeah, we spoke about that too, about budgets, and
Yeah, we did. We did.
you can only work with the force that you have according to the budget you got, you know, and the equipment also. My God. And they're using a filter to actually let you see the spot. This guy's standing right there. Now look how close he is to the to that lip edge, and compare him to the distance of the car. He's standing right there. So you mean to tell me this area here just drops right the hell off 14 feet down? Well, she's in that 14-foot area. We don't know how from that that looks like a drop to me compared to the his visibility versus the car.
We have
You're breaking up, boss. Oh man. Oh man, Boss Blake. He'll be back, folks. He will be back. And yeah, and the water looks clear enough to wow. Okay, so we've got to modify this because it looks like, I don't know if I'm screen sharing this. Welcome back.
Yeah, I have no idea what happened, bro.
No, you were going bing, 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 and playing the guitar over there, and then you popped off. So we'd have to modify this to give or take, make it. Come on. Let me do this.
You actually gonna have to move that line a little further over.
Yeah, I gotta. Come on, baby. No, it's not gonna let me do it. All right, so I gotta unhook it. No, maybe I can get it over. Come on, stop doing that. All right, so let me go here and then do it this way. Would this be predominantly the area or here?
No, I think it's the other one.
This one?
I think it's that one.
This one. That's what it looks like.
Because I'm actually still looking at the video.
So I can't start here. Damn it. I'd have to start even closer. All right, let me. Get out of here. All right. Yeah, I'll do another map draw up once I'm able to see what that video is, and I can get a better idea. But
I still got it up if you want. I got it shared if you want.
Yeah. Okay. Wow. Now look at the ground if you can pause it. Boss, can you pause it? Right there. On your side, and having this video and everything, screenshot that and take a look at the ground, because I'm looking at tire tracks from the ground right into that area where that guy is standing. And it looks like dual tire tracks, both parallel to each other. I'm going to drop the link. You guys have been absolutely awesome helping us to cover tonight's special Table Talk Live. And whomever would love to come up and share their thoughts, this is your Table Talk, open table discussion on this case. We're going to be working on some screenshots for Mr. Boss Blake. Okay, we got RJ. RJ, how are you, brother?
I'm doing good. How are you tonight, John and Bossman?
We're working. You see, we're working.
Absolutely. And
What up,
absolute
RJ?
tragic story. Bossman, how you doing?
All right.
You guys knew from the live that I had done earlier this week that I wasn't going to be keeping my mouth shut tonight. I was waiting to see, honestly, truthfully, I was waiting to see with John Q what your live was about, and I was prepared to go on live myself after this, after your live. So I'm very happy that you're talking about this tonight.
Yes,
even though it's tragic.
It is. It is with the information that we've been able to cover. You know, like I said, I hadn't covered the case officially on, like I normally would, to get the evidence, follow the evidence, the news reporting, police reports, and everything to follow this case. With today's explosive evidence now that her car was found and the search team confirming that someone is inside that car.
Right.
Most likely it is KIELY. I said there is no way I can see. I'm looking at this. I went to your channel. I saw what I saw, and I heard your points of view.
Yep.
And to hear this, I said, well, let me do a special live on the update on this case.
Oh yeah. So there's a couple things I want to point out that I found out, and it's not to discredit anything anybody has been saying. Okay, it's just I want to make sure we're getting the right point out, the right thing out here. Okay, there is 4 other individuals that are involved other than KIELY that were supposed to be her friends. One person, not so much. One person's the boyfriend, on again, off again boyfriend.
Jaggard.
Yes, I wasn't mentioning her name. Sammy, or his name rather, sorry. Sammy is that friend that's not so close.
I would definitely figure that after listening to her on this live doing that interview. She did not in any way, shape, or form demonstrate her true friendship as she tried to during the course of this interview.
Then there's Mags
and Kate. Okay, so Mags and Kate are 2 separate people.
Absolutely.
Okay, very good. Thank you for clearing that up.
Right, Kate was the individual that she was spent the day with earlier in the day, and they made creme brulee. Mags is the person that she was going to the party with.
Kate,
yes.
Okay. Which involved,
like I said, not to discredit anybody.
Included Sammy, right?
I'm sorry?
Which involves and includes Sammy when you say Kate and Mags now.
Sammy is I would say an acquaintance. From what I found, she's an acquaintance.
That's Kate, older, Mags, or KIELY?
All the above.
All the above. Oh, okay.
They went to the same high school. She actually had been sponsored and through some of these parties that happened. Speaking of Sammy, and that's how they come. But it's part of the reason why they knew that this party was happening or would be happening out in this area. And I went in detail in my live of how this had actually been circulated. This party was going to be happening.
Right.
But it still makes absolutely no sense whatsoever. from beginning to end, whether it's the involvement of Kate, which I actually really don't believe had major to do with what happened, but it's still odd that just from the beginning to the end, more information will be coming out, I'm sure, and
Oh,
obviously,
yes.
but
Oh, yes. I would definitely say so.
but just the idea that 16-year-olds make creme brulee.
Well, how old is Kate? How old is Kate?
Kate would have been her age, about the same age, 16, 17.
Okay, Mags is?
Mags, same grade. I believe they're the same grade, 16, 17 years old. Or, I'm sorry,
17.
you can't say same grade in this case.
Okay, and then
Childhood
Sammy
friendship.
being the oldest, right?
I'm sorry?
Sammy being the oldest.
Absolutely.
Okay. This is incredible.
And just everybody understands also KIELY, sorry, mispronouncing her name. She had graduated high school.
Yeah.
16 years old and was going to be taking college classes. Just so everybody understands, her mom was not going to let her go to this party. With the except,
I wouldn't either.
Well,
I wouldn't either. I mean, go find some other friends to be a chaperone or ride home and all this other shit.
Yeah.
No 16. And I wasn't really gonna try to bend the curb on the parents at all, but no.
I actually do not. From what I found out, I don't blame the parents in this case.
No, I don't blame them in a sense that, directly in a sense, but I mean, come on, common sense. My daughter's 16. She's going to be hanging out with, okay, Kate and Mags are about her age. Okay, give or take. And maybe the mom didn't even know that Sammy was going to be a part of that. Who knows?
Right.
We don't know yet. We don't know yet, but I'm just saying it gives the appearance that the mom was told about her friends, Kate and Mags, being the same age. They're going to a party. I'm not insinuating anything and I'm not inferring anything either. Okay.
Right.
But it gives you that impression that this is how the mother understood KIELY was going to be hanging out with Kate and Mags, her age, going to a party. And then you don't think too much of them being around older people.
Right. And the reason I'm saying I don't blame the parents is because this is one final hurrah. She is graduating. She's about to start college classes, which most colleges, either you start at the beginning or the middle of August. So she's having one, because think about back to anybody's college days. That time of life when you're in college and your first semester freshman,
yep,
it's chaos.
Yes, it is.
And to imagine that to be somebody
Yes,
for somebody 16 years old on top of that, they're just having one final goodbye. Not so much a goodbye, but one last summertime celebration before they go before she starts getting all busy with college classes.
Right, wrapped up in school. Yeah, I mean,
right, and not having time for high school friends.
That did the same thing. I got two daughters that did the same thing.
Right.
Same thing.
This is why I'm saying I don't blame the parents. There's no fault in the mom. There's no fault in the dad. It's even though she graduated from a homeschool situation, she still tested at a level that she was to graduate. If she was in school, to graduate 2 years ahead of time.
Right.
So this is not a child that has partying on their mind. This is a child that has.
I would say so.
I'm buckling down.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm buckling down and I'm getting my work done. I'm getting what I need to do to get done. I'm a smart kid and I'm remaining focused.
The very first time one of my daughters came home smashed. The very first time. First time, 19. 19. The other one was 20. First time. Okay, it was close by too. Because guess who was there to pick them up and make sure their ass got home? Good old daddy. You know what I'm saying? And that's why, I lean up against Sammy, because that's what she should have done, knowing before she went missing that this girl was turned up. Look, I'm going to ride. I'm going to separate. We're going to do our own thing, this, that, and the other thing. I think you should call your mom, or let's get you an Uber. Let's get you home safe. Don't worry about the car. We'll explain everything tomorrow to your mom, whether it's mom's car or dad's car, or whether they bought that car for her for college.
Right.
Either way, she should not have left her in that condition, which makes her culpable to it. And this is going to be on her for the rest of her life now, knowing of the tragic ending of what we're witnessing here today.
Yeah.
And I said, wow, I said, this girl couldn't think just for a moment. I got my own ride. She was supposed to be my ride, but now I've got my own. I know she's turned up. She shouldn't be going home alone. Let me contact somebody. Let's get an Uber. Let's make sure she has a designated driver to take her home, or make sure that she gets home, or to drive her car back home, and yada, yada, go from there. But for her to have turned her back and leave her, and then come up with this 1236 alibi, which never showed up as verified in the police report, nor the media reports, it says a lot. It really says a lot.
John, and I'm watching this video footage that you have up there. This might be actually a good time to cut that off. They're about to get the car onto the beach, and because of I know it's a news station and everything, but I'm sure you don't want to accidentally show a person because we don't know where she is in the vehicle. But that's actually going to be an extremely important detail on this. Is where is she in the vehicle? Because that's going to prove that it's going to show who's driving, if anybody else was driving.
If she's strapped down, if she's buckled up, if
she's unconscious.
Yeah, if the key is still in the ignition point or not, there's going to be a lot of telltale signs there.
And if somebody was driving,
car went dead, and I don't mean to cut you off, but I'm on fire here. If the car was still in the on position and the battery went dead, all kinds of good information is going to come from, just this finding alone. It's going to open up an entirely different 360-degree point on this case.
It's also going to...
Medical examiner's findings. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No. I'm adding to what you're saying. I was just told by somebody in my Discord, if her phone is in the vehicle.
I'm really hoping so.
Not only that, but if there's a window open and she's not in the driver's seat, we have a major problem.
Yes. Yeah. If she's found in that passenger seat or in the back seat laid out, that's a big problem. That's going to be a big problem. If they find something jimmied under that ignition, the gas pedal, a rock, a stick of length that could buckle between the seat and the ignition pedal.
Yep.
That's going to be a major problem. Then we'll see if they upgrade it. Right now, it's a death investigation. That's definitely been upgraded from a missing person, because if she's in that car, they found her. Right. So now we're just dealing with a death investigation, which has been upgraded tonight. How did she die? Then they'll find out the why. If she drowned, da. If there's anything left in her system after 2 weeks, give or take, they're going to find that. If there's any external defensive wounds on her body anywhere, that's going to be taken under account. And obviously, they're going to do, an R kit on her to make sure that there was, no other kinds of interference or foul play, if you will. But this is telling me a lot of different things. I'm not going to jump to conclusions because I don't handle my work that way. But for these photographs and pictures now to have come out of this, I will be doing a lot of homework and doing a follow-up on this.
Lady V, you're actually asking absolutely excellent questions. And I know John Q doesn't mind dropping other creators' websites or the YouTubes. Go and watch any of Adventures with Purpose videos.
Yes.
They will go into, they don't go into details of explaining all that, but of why that happens, how that happens, that kind of thing. But they do make a point of saying, yes, these things can happen, and that a lot of times when they find a vehicle in the water, they will discourage family from seeing it when they first pull the person and the vehicle out of the water.
Right. Definitely. There's a lot that's going to come from this. What she has on, what she doesn't, everything. If she's got any kind of drugs in her system, still residual, and that's going to come out of a very intense autopsy. The liver holds a lot of evidence, whether you know it or not. Liver does have a major processing component to the body, which of course is removes a lot of ingestion, if you will, in the small intestines as well as the liver. There's a lot there. How long she's basically been in the water. They're going to try to do their best to try to get a time of death, but time of death in this case after 2 weeks, that's going to be a toughie to try to estimate or guesstimate a time of death. There's a lot, especially with the whatever pathological findings they deduce from all of this. Drowning obviously is going to be a major portion of it, but their pathological findings will tell us a whole lot more.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it just does not, to call this an accident, whether it's because she was drunk driving or, to be honest, it does not fit in. If you think about what she had been, the fact that she buckled down, she was graduating ahead of time, and it was focused on going to college. The idea of drunk driving or going to a party and getting drunk, or as I don't remember who said it, but somebody said that she went to the party with the intention of getting smashed.
Right.
It doesn't fit in.
Right. Yeah. And once again, we have to remember about peer pressure, at the age of 16, now with her IQ, her intelligence, her being very aware. I'm sure, just based on, I don't know the girl, but just from what I've heard so far, especially from the parents, and it being reiterated by other people too. She's smart. She's very smart. She's very intelligent. I'm thinking, okay, if you're that intelligent, you wouldn't have gotten smashed or inebriated. Hence, now did somebody slip or something?
How you getting to it?
Now, because that would be the only way that you can overtake someone who would be that intelligent. To say to get her off her square, let her really have a good time, let her really get smashed up. And especially what Sammy said, she couldn't remember half the stuff, but we were sharing drinks. We were going back and forth to the car, obviously, hitting the bottle. Whoever bought that for them,
If you think about it, if she's not normally a drinker like this, she wouldn't get smashed.
I wouldn't think that either, right?
I wouldn't either.
I wouldn't think that either.
So that means somebody put something in her drink.
Yeah, and laced it up with something. Get her off her square. Now she can't go home, but now you're going to leave her? Wait a minute. That's all wrong. But yet it follows a logical pattern.
I wanted to bring up
kind of a logical pattern to hence, begin to give a hint, that somebody else had a hand in helping her to become inebriated with someone who's intelligent enough not to get that total smash, being that they're the designated driver.
They got that car out the water now.
Come on now. The car's out the water?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I mean, you can't see anything because it's so
I know. We're protecting the channel. I appreciate that. But if you see anything that we can mention, what you see in an audible fashion, if there's anything to be seen outside of the vehicle itself.
One thing I can say is it's not face down because you see the tire tracks as they drag it through the sand.
Yeah. They have to
Adventures with Purpose.
Reposition it. Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Adventures of Purpose. Their normal in that situation is to try to preserve as much as possible. And if there was what is in the vehicle, if there's a window open or anything like that, they will try to flip it if it's upside down in the same direction.
They got
underwater.
It looks like they got this car wrapped up, so you can't see inside of it. That's what it looks like to me.
Yeah, that's probably normal police procedure there to tarp it.
Matter of fact, it is. It's wrapped completely up. Only thing sticking out is like the front end and the back end. The rest of it is wrapped up. You can't see it.
Okay, good. And that's a tight way to preserve the evidence, give and take as it sits in the inside of the car. So if they had divers go in to make sure that none of the evidence is disturbed and to try to, make sure that she stays in place wherever she might be in that car, that's smart. That's very smart. So far, so good. I like to hear things like that because it tells me that proper care of preserving evidence, is rule number one, especially in a death investigation.
What kind of vehicle was this?
This was a Honda CRV.
Is that like a little small SUV?
2013.
Damn sure don't look like it.
Yep.
It's a crossover.
Are you looking at this, RJ?
I've done research into the vehicle.
No, I'm talking about the live that we was just looking at.
No, I'm not. Do you have a link to it?
It's in the private chat. This don't look like no damn small SUV. From what I'm looking at, it don't look like that.
The private chat for me is blank.
Okay, I'll copy it again and put it in here.
Thank you, Leslie B, for putting Adventures with a Purpose YouTube channel. You find the link in the chat.
Thank you. I'll pull it up. So, John, you were saying that about the surrounding areas, the beach area, before you get from the woods into the water. They're quite a distance out now.
Yeah, just hit the button and go back a little bit.
Yeah, I am.
Yeah, just drag it back a little bit. You'll see it. That don't look like that car.
So I was going to mention something about this particular vehicle, the 2013 CRV, Honda CRV. It had an option for a navigation system in it. Wasn't standard yet.
Okay, for 2013 model.
And that's
Year
the
model.
year model that she had.
Okay, so it wouldn't have some kind of black box or computer recording mileage.
It wasn't standard without the navigation package.
Oh man.
Yeah, the live just ended.
That's why they were having such a difficult time, supposedly, finding the vehicle. We're trying to find last known location of the vehicle.
Right, right. Now, I would say, according to what we're looking at right here, from this, mile and a half in length from left to right, this lake area. And then, hold on, let me see if I can do this real quick. Give us a little bit of an idea from a different point and perspective.
It depends, Marley, to answer your question, it depends on what she was given or taken. Different, a lot of times
Well, what do these kids take? Fentanyl, Percocets,
well,
shit that can knock you off your feet, really, in less than a minute or two, give or take.
I'm making the simple point of a person that he was given GHB
or GHB. And, thank you.
It metabolizes out of the system usually in less than 12 hours. So it can be done, but it's also going to be difficult. It can be difficult as well.
If they find any negative pharmaceutical substance in any part of that autopsy that doesn't belong in her body, that she doesn't have a prescription for, and it's negative, automatically this is going to turn into a foul play case.
Absolutely.
I would say so. I would definitely say so. Something that her system is not used to having in her body, that she doesn't take on a regular basis. A lot's going to come out of this, folks. So we got about a mile and 3 1/3 from a different angle in this. Compared to the first angle of 1.6 miles in length, we've got 1.34 miles in a diagonal from one shallow point to another. So this is a very big lake. And where they found her car, way over here in this region, I can only call it a region right now, compared to what we just saw in the video clip that Boss Blake was playing, tells me that if they were here in this sanctuary area where the party was hot, 200 to 300 people were standing amongst each other, talking, smoking cigarettes, and smoking joints, lighting up candles, just hanging out, doing the deed. You have to frickin' ask, how does her car get from this location, which I'm sure she would park close by, because Sammy said they kept going back and forth to the car.
Right. Which honestly, John, if you really look at it, that the Prosser Park area there, the right off the boat ramp here is a parking lot, and from my understanding, it was in this area behind the parking lot where the tree line or in this tree line area is where this party happened.
Back here.
Mm-hmm. If you go just to the west of it where the tree line is, this area is where the party happened.
Right. Where I'm waving right now.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. And
so
they use this parking lot back here.
Okay. So we're talking about be a parking area here.
No, closer to the boat ramp.
Oh, where we were before.
Mm-hmm.
Here.
Just below it.
Here.
Yes. These are the areas that they were all parking in, and then the party was to the west, right along this tree line in this area that you're at now.
Okay. Bingo. Right here.
And also, while you're at it, when I think we're waiting for Bossman to come back as well.
Mm-hmm.
The off the boat ramp area, and it may make sense to why somebody would turn around and try to come back up along the beach area from that spot that you were showing earlier, that there was no tree line to block anybody from using it as like a U-turn on the road to also to the west.
Hold on. I'm just marking some spots for visual so everyone can follow us along a little bit. Give it an idea. You know how I work.
Oh, I know exactly. And when I had done my live on this, and honestly, I was not planning on touching this story for reasons I go over on my channel.
Right.
But so where this yellow line begins off to the left here.
Okay.
Coming back up along the beach area. If you look at this beach area, I'm going to say it's like park ranger vehicles have actually intentionally rutted up the beach area.
Yeah, because it's a national park, for crying out loud. So they have to maintain some kind of monitoring during the course of the park being open and patroned by the public.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But the beach area was rutted up, I would say, as almost to cause a speed bump because they had already known this area was dangerous to try to stop a vehicle. Because if you zoom in, you can actually see it being rutted up on both sides of the boat ramp.
Of the boat ramp?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think that's where this trail is coming in.
Yeah, because it blends in to the tracks here. You can start to see some track marks parallel to each other, starting to head back down in this area here.
Mm-hmm.
You start to see the track marks. Tire marks, I call them track marks, tire marks.
In this case, it is track marks because I'm saying like it almost looks like it's intentional the way it's rutted up.
Yeah, yeah. And I got used to seeing different track marks from covering the Daniel Robinson case in the desert. So you know what you're looking for in terms of vehicles moving in and out of a specific area. That's why Boss Blake and I were taking a look. It says, okay, well, we're looking for tire marks, regular, grooved in, regular routine marks would be very deep, very pronounced.
Mm-hmm.
You see them right away, knowing it's a dirt road that is traveled frequently.
I forget the exact percentage. I ran across it. I believe it was on another channel. Somebody in the chat may have also ran across this and be able to tell you who it's from.
Mm-hmm.
But I had run into information that this lake, this reservoir lake area, is actually at 65% capacity, or approximately 65%, which could also give you a reason of why it was such a quick drop off. Yeah,
but for that drop off to be, I mean, that's that's extremely fast. It's almost like going off a cliff. Daniel's car was 15 to 20 feet deep in a ravine. That's a hell of a drop off.
Mm-hmm.
So when we consider this to be 14, near 15 feet, 14 feet, give or take, and we're dealing with a drop off, a ravine type drop off as well. Is that, I heard a blip.
That was me. I moved my mouse and it stuck to my hand.
Okay.
So it kind of dropped. I apologize.
All right. So, and I'm sorry to the chat. John Q, the car is covered if you want to pull it back.
Yeah, well,
guys. Boss Blake had that. Let me see if he left.
He said he had to go.
Yeah, let's see what this is. Okay. I don't know if this is part of it.
Oh, so if you were to go to that link that Bossman gave, it's actually the live of the photo I had linked to the photo I sent you, or that when they started searching, or just after they found the vehicle where they have putting boats and different pieces of apparatus into position now.
Okay, so this is one on Facebook. Or YouTube?
I'm looking at it on YouTube.
Yeah, because the one I got right now is the YouTube one, and there's only 3 links in the chat that Boss has put up. So, and these guys are out here in boats, and you can get to see the magnitude of the water. Just compare it to this little boat here, this little sheriff's search boat.
Don't think that's a sheriff's boat.
Is it? Or one of the search boats out here. Compared to the person way in the background sitting on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
My goodness. Let's see if I can go up a little bit on this. Compared to and they stop there. And you got these people over here.
So Nosy Bug actually raised an excellent question.
Yeah.
Saying these kids move differently these days. They're selfish and self-centered, unconcerned, and just not wired good. They are just different, or maybe this is our new world.
And you see where my arrow is?
Yes.
Okay, that's where they marked the car.
Yep, that's
it's right here. Damn.
That's actually a buoy that a diver actually has to put out to mark where they are.
Yeah. You see what I'm looking at here? That's why I have to study this, because if I'm getting shadow, I'm going to be trying to look for tire tracks.
Well, this is what
because I'm thinking with the current in motion, as we could see down here, the car could have entered from a different point, give or take, and there's going to be momentarily the car's going to float with the current before it actually is fully engulfed by the water in order for it to begin hitting the bottom. And I think that the current definitely assisted in in turning the car over, or it may have been rolling at some point before it came to a shallow point and stopped.
Mm-hmm.
You
Well,
know,
that's what I was saying earlier in the chat. Somebody was asking about that, and I was saying if a vehicle, when it goes underwater, typically it will float. I believe AWP. This is where I'm getting this information from. So please,
right.
if watch the beginning of their the videos, or when they find a vehicle or they're searching for a vehicle, because they will routinely explain that when a car goes into a water, it will typically float anywhere from between 15 to 30 minutes, depending on the size of the vehicle, how much air is in the vehicle, the different conditions of why it will float and for so long. And it will, depending on the current, it does not stay. It will float with the current, obviously, to where it finally rests because of the current. So if the current is true to when it was there, typically the current doesn't change unless you're talking about the Mississippi River when the Madrid fault when earthquake. So it would be consistent that from our vantage point now, it would have been off to the left.
Right. Mm-hmm. Yep. I'm starting to pick up certain points of this area now that I'm looking at it. And thank you, Carol Smith, for your unwavering support in sending emails covering what we're covering here tonight live. And according to what Carol has seen from this video surveillance, this video footage, that they're covering of the lake and everything, it appears as though the car windows were up. From what you can see, I guess at the angle, I haven't seen that yet because we had to cut the feed on that due to the nature of the information now being captured by authorities on their live. So
right, and us cutting it was just out of respect because we didn't know the position of anything. If my goodness, how many times have news channels goofed up on and when reporting a story and actually shown something that most people would be considered to be ultra sensitive.
Yes. Yes, especially
so,
now. Especially now because this is fresh. This is fresh happening,
Right.
And we can, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
No. So I was gonna say it's good to take a cautionary, like we did, like you had done, and now that we know that it's nothing was seen, it's a good time to go back and take a look at that now.
Right. Okay, let me see if I can find that link, and I want to welcome those that are just joining us for tonight's special Table Talk Live covering the KIELY Rodney case. Much love goes out to all of you who come to hang out with us a little bit. This is a very sad ending, but a new beginning in this case. Well, hopefully we can get some very, very sharp and clear answers now that KIELY's car has been found.
Miss Justice, it's supposedly it's KIELY Rodney they found in her vehicle, and it's the channel that's reporting it is Adventures with Purpose.
Miss D Love is in the house. Much love to you, Miss D. And Sylvia, thank you so much for sending us this information as part of tonight's live. It's, I mean, my heart goes out to the family. I mean, the one moment, your daughter's alive and everything is carefree and on a regular, and kids go out to a party, and you're thinking in your mind, it's a blank piece of paper when you say party, because you can't see what kind of a party it is until you find out later, if you do find out as a parent. But I know that my girls, were a little tough at 16, 17, felt like they were grown, wanted to expand, wanted a curfew lines to, go at least for an extra hour and a half. And no, I kept it right where it should have been, before 12. It is before 12. No, not a second or a minute after, or else Cinderella's going to have a hard time. Okay. So I need to know where you are. I always got the address, had their phone numbers, had a little who's the parents, if they're going to be around, who else are you going to be with? I mean, I was crazy, because I knew that when they hang out, they're away from they're away from the cat, and the cat's away, the mice will play, kind of thing. No one can see you. Now we can be us, kind of thinking. And, hey, hell, I remember when I was 16, and parties lasted a very long time, My father, he worked for American Airlines for 17 years. My dad was a supervisor for the cabinet service of American Airlines. He used to work on 747s, 727s, 707s. And he used to be the one to be in charge of a crew that brought the food on board, made sure that the baggage area underneath the belly of the plane was done, the latrines were clean, all kinds of stuff, And he used to tell me, he said, "Look, John, if you ain't in here by the time I go to work," and he used to go to work at 11:30 p.m. New York time. When he locked the door, there's 3 locks on our door. He had that deadbolt lock where no one else had the key but him and my mom. That's it. So she was told not to open the door. If I showed up after, let him sit out there in the foyer area, and let him think about it. When I come home, I'll let him in the morning. Now, his shift was from 12 to 8. And he got home at 8:30. And if he found me in the hallway, he knew what happened. But yeah, and I always showed up. One night I didn't, and I found out how serious he was. And "Oh, Mom, please open the door. Please open the door." Nope, she didn't do it. Your father let you in. Don't worry about it. And then he took care of the business if he found me outside that door. And sure enough, it happened once. But I've learned that from him. So when I had my children around about getting to that 15, 16, 17-year-old, and it's tough. It's tough. But, tough love works. Damn sure it did me. You got me once. You're not getting me again, because I want to sleep in my bed. Well, you come the hell on home after you party. How's that? And you better not come home stupid. That's the key. And I'm sure that in this case, Kylie wasn't going to come home stupid. I mean, her mother was waiting for her.
Yeah.
Waiting for her from 11:30 text. Okay, well, she'll be home around 1 o'clock. I'm not going to just crash off and go to sleep right away. She probably stood up for a little while waiting for her, and then got tired and went to bed. So, okay, well, when she comes in, I trust she'll be okay. Give or take.
No. She was, from my impressions of the mom, she's Mama Bear. She would not have gone to bed until her child was home. And she was the first person to know there was a problem.
Yeah. Well, I mean, depending on how, what she knew and how comfortable she was with the information, you know. But that would all depend, Sylvia, on how the car actually entered the water. How fast the car was going, if there was any speed to it. Because you could push that car in the water to a point it begins to float away from the shore, even if the car wasn't turned on. Let's say you put it in neutral, you didn't want to start the car, but they will find that information to find if that ignition key is in the off or in the on position to know whether that car was in running mode or not. That's going to lead them to the next critical factor, which is to find out other things connected to whether it was on or off. That will determine whether there is any kind of damage to the front end, whether that car hit hard enough to have caused some kind of front end damage to the grille, the headlamps. There may have been an impact spot on the hood. We don't know yet. All that's still up in the air. But great question, though. Great observation, too.
Absolutely. So also the question is, and like I was alluding to earlier, is where in the vehicle was she? Did she crawl into the back hatch area? Did she just, or was she in the, just on the back seat sleeping it off? Or was she placed on the back seat or in the passenger seat even?
Was she strapped up?
Because let's
anything.
Right. If she had decided she was not in a condition to drive and was smart enough to think it through, or her parents taught her, hey, if you're in this position, do not sit in behind the steering wheel, sit in the passenger seat, lay down on the back seat, because you're going to land up saving yourself getting a DUI by doing those things.
Right. Now, there's a question. I'll let you have the floor on this one. What is GHP? And this comes from who, what, when, where, why. And it would be considered, if I'm not mistaken, a date R drug.
Yes, it is that drug.
Okay. And this is a potent kind of pharmaceutical that you take with from what the young kids do. They take it ingested with alcohol, a beer, a Red Bull, a chaser, something. To give them I think it's a light-headed euphoric.
Actually, I apologize.
Type of high or something like that.
It's GHB. B is boy.
Okay, GHB. Right.
If I said P earlier, I apologize.
See, one letter can screw it up, right? Mm-hmm. But good question. Good question. It is frequently used by folks that want to get something that they're not entitled to, and will try to scheme their way to get it anyway. And this is where being aware of your surroundings and the folks that you're with, and covering, making sure your drink is covered, whatever drink you have. And it could be any kind of drink. Hell, you could be drinking a Pepsi or a Coke or a damn ginger ale. Doesn't matter.
It's one of those tasteless ones. So you don't know you're actually drinking it.
Right. Because once it dissolves and it's ingested into the system, depending on your body mass, body weight, and all this other stuff, and whether you ate or not, there's a lot of things that are contributing factors to how fast it works against you. Okay, I think they're covering this feed in portions, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they are at this
Yeah.
point. They're chopping it up.
Yeah. But I'm just keeping the feed up because at least we have a designated spot. Everybody's eyes are in and around this area, you know, and just to see how close to the shore from the marker here, got a diver still in the water. Got his crew coming behind him here. Then we have the red marker. It's like a buoy type of marker to mark and give a sight indication of where the car is located compared to the guys and folks up on the shore. You see how steep this is?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Car would have picked up
Like
momentum if it was
yeah,
pushed.
like a downward slope, you know, which would accelerate the car, whether it be in neutral or in drive. You know, you've got an acceleration port here that would have added to the speed contribution of how fast the car was going. So yeah, all of that is going to be, you know, taken into forensics.
Right.
Definitely.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, go ahead. You're clear.
No. Okay, so what I was going to say is that's where this case is going to be made because of the vehicle being in water. It's going to come down to forensics and autopsy blood results. Just being honest, not trying to be, just trying to be frank and honest with everybody on this one, because of it being within 12 hours of her being at the party. If they can do blood draw and have results from it, it's going to help this to find out exactly what happened. Now, is that going to be tomorrow that we get that answer? No way.
No, that's too. Nope. Those things take time. Those things take time. Anywhere between 10 to 14 days, give or take. We should have both an autopsy, toxicology, and a good portion of the forensics done to a degree to where they're going to be very careful as to what they release, you know, because if there is any foul play, it'll come out in little drops. If there's no instance of foul play and this was an accidental death, which is upgraded from a death investigation, then it'll all come out to a greater degree, if you will. So if it trickles out, you know which direction we're going in.
Right.
We're unable, well, once they have that press conference and they're still unable to answer questions about the autopsy, unable to answer questions about toxicology, forensics, or anything, and we're at, 10 and 14 days, they're looking into the long haul of a foul play investigation. It'll come out that way. When I covered the Kanika Jenkins case, that's exactly, a lot of the information was already out there, but you could gradually feel how they were processing that crime scene. It was under 5 hours, give or take, from the time they found it until the time that crime scene in the hotel was processed, up until the time the autopsy and the toxicology report came. But they came both together nearly a month later. So that told me they're holding on to a whole lot more than that, because there's no way that 19-year-old, inebriated as she was going to walk into a commercial industrial freezer to cool off. Find a bathroom if you have to go, because that's what people who drink alcohol usually, look for. If you drink enough of it, it's going to make you go to the bathroom. Not a freezer, but a bathroom.
Right. And that's to me why it points that the whole what happened to her into the direction of she was possibly, and of course we don't know for sure, because again, it metabolizes so quickly out of the body, that she was given a spiked drink with GHB in that situation, because the rise in body temperature is a sign of that. You are being given something. It can actually cause a fever.
Leanne says, you want to hear something scary? They give GHB legally to treat narcolepsy. That's interesting. I didn't know that. Interesting.
Carrie, you slipped by me. I didn't see you were there. So, hey, how you doing?
Hi, TT. How you doing? I see y'all are just jam packing us over here. Donna Johnson's in the chat too. We got a great crew. We got a great team over here. Miss Lady V is always asking the right questions.
Mm-hmm. Carrie actually and D Love as well is asking great questions as well.
Yes, always asking the right questions, because it's something to always consider when looking at, especially a death investigation such as the one that we're looking at right now, and watching the crew and how they're working. And it looks like they're doing, they're taking their time and they're pacing everything, because evidence is not only in the car, but possibly on the car and around the car. We don't know what else is going to come out of this location. And so this is where the big sweep around that red buoy. Let me just remove this real quick. Right. See if I can pinpoint it.
There
Right here. This marker where their location is, and the diver is still looking around in this area, see if anything, any other parts or maybe other things from the car.
Right. They're also watching like the tow lines and anything like that. Make sure they don't get snagged on anything.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. Clear tow line. Right. Because they're actually pulling it up and then out.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about 14 feet of water here. It could go deeper as this diver goes out further, but it seems to be caught in a 14-foot null area, as far as I can see from the undercut of these lines here, with the current running down in this direction toward the diver, if you will. Right. To make sure that as they're moving it, this car doesn't begin to move down current as well. So this is the reason for the perimeter around it, which makes sense.
Absolutely. Sense. So just to answer the questions that were being asked, D Love, unfortunately, I can't answer that. That would need somebody that has medical expertise. But Carrie, you're actually asking an excellent question. The way that the beach area had been rutted up from other vehicles, and the fact that it's sand, despite it being a downward slope into the water, you're right. It should have slowed down the vehicle some.
I know that there were a lot of other questions. I had to try to catch up to the chat here. I'm way up top in the middle of the chat. Like, okay, John didn't get to my damn comment on my question yet. He's slow tonight, but at least he's showing something.
So to answer Marley 13's question, the only thing that I'm aware of is the one photo that Ryan Upchurch had put out on his Twitter, where he made a point of it in his live, how he was marking where everybody's, it seemed like he was trying to figure out who was who in there and what were they focused on, because quite a few of the people in that photo had their back to the camera.
Mm-hmm.
So they're the only ones in actual footage that has been released that I'm aware of. But if you go by that picture of who was at the party, or at least in that area, I don't think there was as many people as they said there was. I think it was much, much smaller than it was said.
That night? that night picture that showed up?
Mm-hmm. Yes, sir.
Oh, okay.
I think the party was much, much smaller than people were building it up to being.
Right, right. Because they hang out in groups when they're in a big group. You tend to associate with people that you know, to fairly know, that you've seen before, and these groups move, ebb and flow in and out of each other, 10 at a time, 15 at a time, give or take. Especially if you're dealing with a large group, 200-300 people, but that particular photo only indicated about roughly,
50?
but yeah, a small group.
For a party that's supposed to be close to 300 people, that would be a small group.
Yeah, compared to the size of the park.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely. And it is very tragic. It's the hardest part of the case is getting to this point. When I was looking at the 2 weeks, I said, oh boy. I said, this is not going to turn out good.
No, well,
She's
yeah.
She's been gone too long, and everyone's throwing out, their points of view based on what's been out there on YouTube and Facebook. And I said, no, I'm gonna lay back a little bit. I'll take a careful look at it, because I was also working on the Daniel Robinson case when this came up, and I said, well, I got to focus on what I'm doing with Daniel Robinson's case, because there is some headway here. And this case all of a sudden popped up, and Summer Wells' case, like, everybody put that on a side burner all of a sudden. I said, wow, this case is catching fire,
Well, I had just started covering it earlier this week, and I actually wasn't going to. I can honestly say that I wasn't going to. But something that was said caused me to say, hey, wait a minute, we need to take a look at this, because this just doesn't make sense. And I wanted to start following it because of that. And it's actually the whole business about the creme brulee.
Yeah.
That I was saying. And I made not to rehash what I said on my live, but typically somebody that's 16 years old is not going to be making creme brulee. That's something that you would go to the casino and go to their the buffet that you paid, like, I think in my live I said like $69.95 a person buffet.
Now, not to cut you off, RJ. Now you can see they have the car right side up underwater.
Mm-hmm.
So they have been moving it in slow movements, I noticed, and beginning to pull the tail of the car, if I'm not mistaken, or it could be the front of the car. But they're beginning to move that right up the line of the truck here. So they have turned it. As you can see, it's almost lined up with the trail back of the car here. So they're making good progress here, and they're doing it slow. See the top, front windshield, top.
Mm-hmm.
Trying to get trying to hold the line. They got anchors in here, which is good.
Yep, slow and methodical. They're just letting it take its sweet old time as they pull it up to come up the embankment or whatever they have to get that vehicle up on the beach area.
Right.
So creme brulee, to answer a question in the chat here, I don't know about that, Eddie. I can tell you though that creme brulee is actually a very delicious dessert, but it can be very finicky to make. This is what I'm saying. It's usually something that you would go to a high-end restaurant or casino buffet.
It would sound like an expensive kind of thing to mix, to put together.
Well, it's a custard, and this custard can actually be very finicky because of the caramelization layer that's on the
Oh,
top of it at the end,
okay.
and how that's done. It can be very finicky because if you burn that caramel, if you burn the sugar the wrong way, it gets very bitter.
Yeah, like toast. Wow. I want to thank you all for being a part of tonight's special Table Talk live. Thought we'd shift gears a little bit and cover just some of the new developments in the KIELY RODNI case. As you can see, we're at this point. It's a hard one to look at, but we have gotten to this point. The car has been found. It's not in a chop shop. It didn't end up going either back to California or Mexico or any place else other than where we see it right now. Within a short distance from the map work we did earlier in the live, this is a very short distance from that party area that they've located KIELY's car. And I know that we're going to be getting some very sharp, clear answers now, more so than we had before, rather than speculating all over the place. That's why I'm glad I waited, hoping that, she was going to be found alive. But something kept gnawing at me saying, I don't think so, John. It's been too long. 24 hours for a missing person, 48 hours tops. And then you begin to, and then that timeline begins to stretch so far out. The more days and hours that expand from the origination date, then you begin to wonder, well, I wonder what happened, wonder where she is. And this has been the hot point of a lot of content creators on YouTube covering this same case. And as for T-Spiracy's statement here, as I stated before, everyone was saying something about Sammy not being involved. Sammy is involved.
Oh, she's so involved.
Hey,
I'll boldly say that. She is so involved.
We are not pointing the fingers in any way, shape, or form as to what the result is of KIELY's car being in the pond right now and being in the lake right now. No. She's involved by leaving her friend inebriated and finding another ride home when KIELY was her designated ride. That's her fault in this. So far. But that's a hard marker right there. If there's anything that's running through her mind right now, it's this right here. This is where her quote-unquote friend ended up, unfortunately, because she left her there, knowing she was inebriated before she went missing. That's what she's culpable of.
Mm-hmm. I will go ahead and go further and say that this is the moment, this is the point where it becomes a pressure cooker. If these teenagers that were there with her at the party actually had something to do with her disappearance and landing up there, this is when they're going to start cracking.
Yeah.
Because this is the point where the investigation, we were saying earlier that the police actually did something right in this with wrapping up the vehicle and tarps and everything like that. Unfortunately, it's 6 1/2 the other, though, at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
Because the vehicle is right there.
Yeah. This has been upgraded from a missing persons to now a death investigation, folks. So now this opens up a brand new ballpark for law enforcement and officials to begin taking a look at the findings of KIELY's vehicle obviously Kylie, if she is in that car, the one in that car, an autopsy, toxicology, all of this stuff. And then they'll go back and start right from there and revisit everyone who's come forward and revisit everyone who hasn't come forward. They'll have more leads and more information pertaining to today's findings. That's for sure.
Mm-hmm.
But now this has been escalated to a death investigation.
Who, what, why, when, and where?
Yeah.
I messed up the YouTuber's name. The channel, the person's name.
www.
Where, why?
Yeah.
Actually, it's making an absolutely excellent point, and I apologize for messing up your name. Sammy said that she left after 10 minutes, but yet she knew Kylie had a bodysuit on because they went to the bathroom 3 times. Who pees 3 times in 10 minutes?
There you go. There you go. Which also gives us a little bit of an indication. We don't know if Kylie ate anything, but if you're going to the bathroom that much in short intervals, it does give you the idea that she may not have had anything heavy to eat to help the digestive system slow that process down.
T-Spiracy, Eddie, D Love, yes, thank you very much. And Lady V, yes, thank you. I was going to make a point in that in just a moment. That was actually Mags, but still, the question still stands. It's an excellent question. If you yourself do not feel that you are in a safe place, you came with somebody, why are you going to leave your friend and skedaddle?
Right.
When you don't feel it's a safe place to be.
Yeah. I mean, Mags didn't stick around but 10 minutes. She was out.
I'm not going to sit here and pretend I know every single answer, but I pretty much know guy code. And I would say the women have the same code, probably even stricter code. You don't leave your buddy in that situation.
Yeah. You don't. You definitely don't. You do not. There would be no reason to, especially if, you're calling somebody, your best friend. I know she was well loved and, she had a big smile. She was always smiling all the time and she was smart. She was smart, and all the compliments and accolades of Sammy's statements. But it was damning her at the same time because I kept yelling at the YouTube channel. I said, well, what the hell did you leave her for? Mm-hmm. Why did you split up from her when you did, knowing what you told us seconds ago, that you knew she was inebriated, that she was turned up? The cousins from this guy, Ronnie, that explained to him, oh, yeah, she was turned up. So here you got a girl that's turned up at a party and everything. How would you expect her to get home if she was your ride? So she damned herself with that statement. Flipping and looking up at the sky and to the left and to the right and down, like she was looking for the answer to say that would satisfy folks listening to her statement, versus knowing she was struggling. Go back and watch that video. You'll see her struggling. And I'm going, oh, she's killing herself here. What's going on with this girl? And I watched that video a couple of times and I said, yeah, I'm right on point. I said, something's up. She left for a reason. Maybe she was told to leave so that someone else could be with Kylie.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's also like this. There's a reason why bars came up with something called an angel shot. And it's to help to protect a person. And it doesn't matter if you're male or female ordering an angel shot. It's a signal to the bartender that something's up and they need to get security around the situation and diffuse it and protect whoever is the weaker person. And I'm not saying weaker person as being like a sexist person or anything like that. I'm just saying the weaker as in being
vulnerable.
Thank you. Vulnerable. The more vulnerable person to a secure place. Okay. Mm-hmm. It's the same exact thing of what I'm saying. You don't leave your buddy. And now I get they're teenagers and they make mistakes. However, you would still be taught this.
Yes.
If you go to a party, don't leave without the person you're with.
That's right.
If you go with somebody, stay with that person.
And for T-spiracy, what are they doing that is taking so long? I didn't think it would take this long, especially with the amount of people they're helping. Great question. Good statement. This is a death investigation tonight. The reason that they are taking their time is that they're working with water, moving water. Number one, they have to remove this KIELY's vehicle from this water, and they want to make sure that everything that they need to be intact, because all this is going to be reported now, as it is recorded by the divers and the team that they have on the ground. To make sure that the integrity of this death scene, this would be considered not a crime scene, not yet maybe, but a death scene where a vehicle is found and someone is in the vehicle. So now they have to preserve evidence. And this is why it's taking so long. There is evidence here to preserve. They could have been taking underwater pictures of the external portion of the vehicle as it was found. Vehicle gets rolled over so it can sit on its wheels to get pulled out. So that has to be photographed as evidence as well. It's almost like, out of water, but in water. What they do out of water at a crime scene is the same as being in water, all for the record, and how they found the person that is inside this vehicle. Pictures have to be taken. And in ways that does take time, because you've got moving water, you've probably got sediment particles from them fanning down there, moving about too. This is a lake. And so to process the crime scene, give or take, does take time before they actually physically begin removing the car slowly out onto the ground. And then I'll also take pictures once the car has been removed for any kind of external pictures that they need.
Not only that, but you have T-spiracy just said the very meticulous.
Yeah.
But you also have safety issues. They're metal cables that are being drawn up by a winch or a couple of winches up to the flatbed. If one of them were to snap, you have a very dangerous condition. So they're making sure that they're not causing those cables to any extra stress that they're already enduring to pull this vehicle out of water.
Right.
It's I wouldn't estimate. I wouldn't be able to estimate how much water. If you think a gallon of water weighs probably about 7 pounds, how many gallons of water are inside that vehicle?
Oh my goodness!
So on top of a 1,500, 2,000 pound vehicle, you have that much more weight to it. Just to give everybody, a realistic idea.
Now, Carrie brings up a question. And once again, only forensics is going to be able to determine that, Carrie. That's an excellent question, too. When we talk about, the vehicle going off the road, wouldn't the dirt and sand slow the vehicle down? You would think so if she was hitting the brake. You would get brake marks on that dirt pavement, on that dirt road, just before you hit that, the water crest or the crest where the shore is. Then you'd have also a hard impact depending on the speed of the vehicle actually hitting the water, because now you got an impact that will slow that vehicle down. But also you have water current that's going to begin pulling that car into the water at the same time. So it has a push draw effect. And since it is moving water, now the vehicle is captured by the water. Now the water draws that vehicle into it. And now you've got the wheels spinning as far as they can go on the crest of the shore, and the dipping. There's a slope area here, which is about 14 feet, give or take, but it's a gradual drop, if you will. And so you have that with the water filling up, which, going back to RJ's statement, it begins to put weight in the front of the vehicle, coming through the doors, coming through the side doors. If the windows were closed, it's not going to prevent that water from getting into the car. Her trying to manage to push that door open, now she's hit with cold water, and panicking if she was buckled up in that seatbelt, only causes more motion to happen for that vehicle to even move faster into the water. By that time, it only takes about a minute, give or take, for a vehicle to hit this kind of water and then get drawn into it, because the tires have no traction. Right. Everything is slippery. Everything is slippery underneath the water, so the tires got no traction. She can't back up. She can't put the car in reverse or anything. She's not thinking about putting the car in reverse if she did. But if she did, it only drew the car in further, helping the car to fill with water faster. Almost like if you remember the Titanic, on how that ship went down. It went down slowly, but as the ship, the heavier portions of the ship started bringing that boat down faster at the end of it. And that's how that car in motion could have drawn in that water just as quickly. Oh, I feel so bad for this girl. I feel so bad for this girl.
You and I both do.
Oh, man. I mean, this...
I was honestly, like I said, I was not going to do a live on this. I was watching it, reading about it behind the scenes and everything like that. And I was keeping an eye on it. And I was hoping against all hope that as far as a week into this, what happened, I know that's only a week ago, but that she was going to be, pop up, come home, and show up at her home at any time.
Yeah.
Type of deal. But about a week ago, to me, it occurred that more than likely she was in one of the bodies of water around either where she was, the party was happening, or closer to her home.
Right. And hopefully her phone is in that car. We hope, because at 12:33, when the phone was abruptly shut off, that could have been the point of impact at that time. We don't know yet until they do their forensics, but that could have been the time when the phone shut off because it was impacted by water. I don't know too much about an iPhone. If she had the latest style iPhone that's waterproof and all this other stuff, they will be able to find out through forensics everything. But if the phone was in the car and 12:33 was an impact point, they'll at least be able to determine whether that's true or not. if the phone wasn't in the car, and let's say it's never found for some strange reason, they'll be now knowing where the car is, they'll be still combing this lake for any residual evidence that belongs to Kylie that may have floated out that car, or go an extra 25, 50, 75, 100 feet away, depending on how heavy the phone is and how hard someone can throw it.
Yeah, if a window is open or anything
Anything.
like that, they definitely will be. But if there was no windows open or anything like that, they'll be for sure checking that car and going through those woods again, like that. Like it's a whole new investigation.
Right. And Leanne, I got you. You know, we have definitely take that into consideration. If someone slipped or something, you know, and you know, it was something that she was drinking, obviously that'll show up in the, you know, toxicology report. We hope, you know, I know, knowing that she's, you know, been there for almost 2 weeks, or 2 weeks, give or take, 15 days from the time she went missing till now they find her. So all that will definitely be revealed on what they are able to capture in the autopsy and toxicology. Is going to tell a lot. It's going to tell a lot. If this poor child was drugged, that's going to show up, and that's going to escalate into a possible homicide. And I say possible. Right now, it's a death investigation. Yeah. I love the statements and the questions that everyone is sharing tonight. And it's great because tonight is your thoughts, you know, about what this case is all about. And prayers and love go out to the family of Kylie at this point.
Sorry, John. I mean to jump in there like that and talk over you. The real Rockin' Robin says the Honda CRV is equipped with that said black box. It was an option in 2013. It was an option for that vehicle to have that navigation system. It was not a standard part of that vehicle at that time. Because it was the navigation system was an option, it did not every single model, or not every single one, and Kylie's vehicle did not have the navigation system in it. So she did not have a black box.
So now, what would you go off of? No black box, and we're just having a chat here. The next point to review and look at, you know, outside of the autopsy toxicology, which is going to be handled by medical examination of Kylie, if this is her, and looking at the vehicle, you know, okay, it doesn't have a box. Now what? Well, we have to take a look at the odometer reading, obviously, how many miles are on the car.
So that's actually a great point, because the odometer, if the vehicle's on and it's not a digital odometer, the odometer that actually has a needle, and this is where the black box whole business will come into play.
Right.
If it's digital, it's probably going to have that black box and it's going to record that information automatically. However, that needle actually has a chalk line to it. If a vehicle is impact is severe enough that when that needle strikes against the odometer, it's going to leave a mark pointing to what the speed of the vehicle is.
Very good point.
But the black box idea was that as everything went to digital technology, the black box was recording that information.
I'm going to double check right now. Let's see if I can double check something on Facebook. See if there is anything new. Nothing yet. Okay. This is the wrong one. That's not the one I'm looking for. Nonprofit organization, yada. Yeah, okay. Is that it? Outdoor adventure weekend. Nope, that's not it. Because they have a number of posts. I had it up here. Because theirs is the guy with the helmet. So I gotta look for the guy with the helmet. Because I know that on YouTube, and I'm just going to take this down for a second. Stop it. Bring this back up for those that want to know the post. There was a post on the community board of Adventures with Purpose as to a timeline of their findings, which is 2 hours ago. This was edited, so we can take a look at what we've just found. KIELY RODNI. Car is upside down in only 14 feet of water. We have confirmed KIELY is inside. Family notified. Law enforcement on their way. This was 2 hours ago. We'll be on the scene the rest of the day. We'll have a live stream tomorrow, and we'll make an announcement as to what time later this afternoon. So if anyone gets, California time, so it'd be 9 o'clock. So we'd have like 1 hour to go before the 10 o'clock news in California shows up to see if they are doing any kind of news release, which I'm obviously they would have to. And thank you for everyone's support and donations in getting us here to help KIELY and her family. And they have marked her photo as found.
I just want to clarify one thing, guys. When I say the speedometer, the chalk line, don't take it verbatim that it's chalk. It just, I'm using chalk line as a reference to say something marks the speed, the approximate speed at the moment of impact.
Okay, folks. So we have an update. I already got 446 people waiting. This is scheduled for tomorrow, the 22nd at 12 p.m. This would be 12 p.m. my time, which would be 9 a.m. their time. And whatever your time zone is, you can rest assured.
Chad is saying that it's actually scheduled 12 Eastern
time, right? So this is 11 hours that at noon, lunchtime, actually. And it says today, August 21st, 2022, AWP found a silver 2013. There's confirmation, folks. Honda CRV, 14 feet underwater in Prosser Lake, north of Truckee, California, with Californian license plate number 8YUR127. Remains were found inside believed to be those of missing 16-year-old KIELY RODNI. As of 7 p.m., AWP is still on the scene as the recovery is taking place today. AWP will release further information during the live stream tomorrow. A full edit of our search and recovery efforts will be available in the next few weeks. Thank you, everyone, for your support and assistance. Donations are what brought us here and are appreciated to help with the food and the fuel expenses. After this case, we'll be moving on to help the next family at no charge to them or law enforcement. Donation links and merch can be located here. So be sure to subscribe like I am for the update for tomorrow at noon Eastern Time. That would be 9 a.m. Pacific Time, their time. We already got 400 and some odd people already in the chat with well over 1,400 likes, and they're already in here having a discussion. That'll be it's up and running now. That'll probably go until the news conference is made officially on their YouTube channel. Wanted to make sure that you got that information as well. I don't know if you can. I didn't. Did I share? Okay, I did share it. Okay. Like I'm looking at the wrong screen here. Anyway, folks, we're going to wrap it up. For now, we're paying careful attention to this case. I wanted to try to keep tonight's live at least within the 3 hour mark, but we're you know how we are when we're starting to take a look at new developments and everything. And I appreciate Mr. Boss Blake and Mr. RJ. I did drop the link for anyone in the chat who wanted to come up and share their thoughts on our perspective in tonight's news development regarding KIELY RODNI, age 16, who went missing on August 5th, 2022. Went out with her friends to a party, but never returned home. The latest developments can be found on this live. If you replay it, we covered some map work as well as some additional information pertaining to the Adventures with Purpose on the channel. And then we took a little bit more of a deep dive as to some video footage that was taken by the crew, watching them do their job to secure that car, secure the evidence, remove the car and the contents obviously inside the car, as well as securing a death investigation tonight. So my special guest, and I will have your name posted, RJ, on this table talk since you came. I
appreciate it.
And I'll have your channel link also linked in the description box below.
I appreciate it because I just was thinking about this, like, oh my goodness, I don't want to post it now, but I didn't drop my link at all during the live. So
no, that's okay. We got you covered here. We got you covered here.
I appreciate that.
Working on that after the live. If you go live, I'm just going to grab a bite to eat. But if you decide to go live to chime it up with the folks in your audience and let them know a little bit about what we discuss here, that'll be great. I'll be over there to join you.
Actually, I'm going to go ahead and go live tomorrow night. Okay. After I get a chance to see the AWP footage.
Okay.
And we'll talk about this a little bit more because with AWP, I've watched their channel for a couple years now. They'll have insight and some information that has not been released as of yet. Right. And it'll be good to go over that.
Right. And I want to thank very much my mods, Double Rainbow, Aquahoma, We had Leslie B here tonight. Let's see. And I know we had Obsidian in the house. Thank you, RJ, for joining us. Thank you, Double Rainbows, for dropping his link in the chat. We had a number of people. Rockin' Robin was here. We had Leanne Ferguson here. Gail Thornberry here. We had T-Spiracy here. Woo, y'all just came in and it just blew me away tonight. Edie Porti was here. Carrie Lawson. Thank you so much. We had Miss Justice 1111 holding it down in blue. Mr. Boss Blake. Special guest. Oh my goodness. Marley 13. Lady V. Nosy Bug. My goodness. Thank you once again to Miss Sylvia Tyndall for sharing. And Miss Carol. Obviously, Miss Carol Smith. Hitting it down and holding it down. Sending us the information. Thank you, ladies, for doing that. You made this live well worth doing tonight. You made it extra special. Thank you. As well as all of you. Miss Lorraine Muhammad, Nosy Bug, D Love. We had a good crew in here tonight, and I appreciate the support of Table Talk. And we do this every Sunday at 8:30. We have special guests come on here, or we can chop it up and do an open table like we've done tonight. Also, new and upcoming editions of Table Talk next Sunday. We will either have a special guest, I hope. I've been working on them. But when these new developments happen, people have the tendency to, oh, well, I'm going live now, So they don't have the tendency of being here. So I said, well, okay, we'll do an open table then. Because this is important. Case coverage is always important, just as it is tonight. But with your attendance here to support John Q and Table Talk, this is the program that's specifically designed for you. It has you in mind. This is where you can chime in, share your thoughts, come up on panel. I'm thinking about going back to doing telephone calls once I get that hooked back up on the new computer. I think the last number expired because I hadn't used it, so now I got to rehook it up. So we'll be doing some of that. And I always truly enjoy seeing all of you, both the veterans of my channel and the newcomers. If you haven't subscribed, please do. Don't want to miss any of our live coverage of the cases that we're covering, which is one of them is the Daniel Robinson case, where I'm working on doing an update, as well as keeping an eye on the Classic and Sincere case. We got notifications still going off. And let's see what else we got here. We got that. We've got that. We've got the Breonna Taylor case. We've got the Breonna Greer case we're working on. Yes, indeed. So, well, I mean, I keep busy, and we're also working behind the scenes regarding the roundtable with Miss 54 Keyz, Mr. Boss Blake, Mr. RJ becoming a part of that team. And I know that Miss 54 Keyz has an update on her side pertaining to the roundtable. We will be getting together for a behind-the-scenes discussion in reference to the next roundtable live. That's going to be exciting. I can't wait. I've been waiting to let's go. Definitely. We send our love to Miss Q. We know she's back in the neighborhood. She's been posting premieres. I haven't gotten a chance still to talk with her about any new developments concerning the Summer Wells Reward Fund regarding the court proceedings on that. Hopefully we'll have an update for you with that. What else? Well, y'all got me working as always. Well, I thank you. Thank you, Leanne. Thank you all. I mean, my goodness, if it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have a channel. I always say that, and it's a true fact. And I don't think content creators should be clashing and bashing when cases like this come about. It's not about us. It's about the case at hand and the victims and the families of these cases. That is the focus. It should always remain the focus and never a side issue. And when content creators start making side issues because they've got personality problems with each other, that's a distraction. Hence, we've seen it in the Summer Wells case. We've seen it in Classic and Sincere's case. We've seen it in the Cash Gernon case. We've seen it in the Kanika Jenkins case. We don't need it now. You figured we'd learn from that and kind of stick to the basics. If you're doing case coverage, especially when it comes to missing persons or family impacted by a death of a family member, and you're presenting that content, stick to the content. I said it. John Q said it. I ain't dropping no names. They know who they are. You know, we can be a part to try to assist and help and to bring exposure to the case. That's our job. Nothing more, nothing else. To get into personality conflicts and who said, he said, she said, we said, I leave that stuff alone. It's toxic. It's very toxic. And it could be extremely damaging to the case at the same time. Misinformation doesn't need to be present in a live, ongoing, open investigation. We're looking for facts. We're looking for answers, not misinformation and personalities. We could care less about them. What we do care most about are the people that these stories impact. And that's where we need to keep it. Always. That's what I do. That's why I don't get caught up in the mess. John, too, you could pull all you want. I'm looking in my direction. I'm looking down the street. I'm looking at the cases. I've had a number of people, try to turn my head, but my head is in the direction that I have it planted in, and that's to bring the best content I can find and share with you, along with the team, the John Q team that supports the channel, who sends me emails, who'll text me a message, who'll send me the updated news clips to get it right out in front of you, just like what happened tonight. I've already taken care of the sex bots. The room is nice and clean. People can chat. They don't have to be distracted by anything. And we've got some great guests and folks that really truly appreciate what we do here. And that's you. That is you. Every single one of you. Say, we got Fire Mama in the house. Okay, Miss Fire Mama. And that's what it should always be about. And I'll say it over and over and over and over again, because that's what people appreciate. That's what people can respect when content creators do what they're supposed to do on their channels. That is to bring exposure and cover the content that they want to bring on their channel. If it's anything about personalities, you're in the wrong place, gathering the wrong information, and wasting time you'll never get back. You'll never get it back. It could have been more productive than you thought. You'll never get that time back. So make sure the time you invest on your channel as a content creator focuses on the main content, on the stories that are important and matter to everyone. Now, I said it, and it's captured in tonight's live special table talk with John Q, Mr. Boss Blake, and Mr. RJ has joined the panel tonight, covering the tragic story now unfolding regarding 16-year-old KIELY Rodney, whose car was found in Prosser Lake hours ago, only for the story now to have changed from a missing persons case now to a death investigation. The rest of it will be unfolding tomorrow at noon, 12 p.m. Eastern Time, and whatever time zone that you are in. Capture the moment, folks. I always say we have one life to live. And in that life, we have this thing called M&Ms. We have moments that become memories. Those memories become moments again. Keep that. Live your M&Ms in the right way. This way you don't take too much baggage with you when you leave. You're in control of your M&Ms always. Just make sure that the time that you invest in those M&Ms are worth it. You sleep good at night, and life begins to unfold in an entirely different direction when you keep away from the nonsense. YouTube can be a great place to get information. Also, it could be a very detrimental and highly stressed environment. You'll notice it by the messages that get posted on YouTube. It's simple. A couple of minutes of listening, you know if you're in the right place at the right time. That's me. That's where I live. You know, I don't have to sit here and say, oh, well, if you don't like me, unsubscribe. No, you won't subscribe if you don't. I don't need to tell you that. Oh, I don't like him. He's just too damn straightforward. He doesn't have any drama, damn it. All the other channels got drama. You can go there. You have fun. I mean, you know, you're interested in that, put your time there. But remember, whatever you put in comes back. Whatever you put in comes back. They call it karma, the law of return. You become what you associate with. You know, it's a principle. It was here well before I ever came into existence. And it'll be here well after I'm gone. Well after I'm gone. So with that said, Mr. Too Raw Uncut, what is up, my brother? We will connect. I know I missed you. But we will connect. We have a table talk with Mr. Too Raw coming up. Yeah, this guy, I'm telling you, you're gonna love this guy. Mr. Too Raw has his own channel. Miss Rainbow, if you can drop Mr. Too Raw Uncut's link in the chat. He's a man on the road. And he's got some great stories. Adventurous stories, real stories, and stories that impact people's lives. He's been very gracious enough to have me on his panel on several occasions. We've covered the Buffalo, New York shooting on his channel to a point to where that information, that live that I did on my channel got taken down. So I end up calling him saying, yo, be careful with that manifesto. They're scrubbing everybody's stuff. So be careful. He said, oh, I got you, brother. I got you. Yeah, we're going to keep the channel clean. We're going to keep, if you want to, this man has got a heart of gold. I have to say, if you want to laugh, hold on, because he'll bust you out in stitches. You want to cry, he can touch your heart. He's a great guy and a good family man. And, I'm just glad to have the privilege of knowing him, along with a lot of other content creators that I've come across and work with, from time to time. But the selection is all yours. The selection is all yours. That's why I say, and I speak it loudly, content creators, focus on your content. Stay away from using someone else, another content creator, as your content. You won't get anywhere. The numbers will be too low. Do your analytics. When you cover a good story and stick to it, how do the numbers run? Simple. When I don't, how do the numbers run? Simple. You get your answer. Hence, by having the answer, do the answer. That's why you'll never find that here on my channel. Anyway, folks, I'm going to let you all go. It's been almost close to 4 hours. I got only 2 minutes to play my outro. But it was great having a special table talk covering this story. We'll give you highlights and new developments and updates as we get them. I'll be coming back at you maybe Tuesday or Wednesday of this week, depending on how my information comes in and my time schedule. But I'll be back at you. You know it. Much love to everyone. Stay safe, be well, and stay blessed with Godspeed always. You know what time it is. You know what time it is. Thanks for coming by. Much love to you. I'll see y'all later.
Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome you to John Q's Table Talk. Let's go. Here at Table Talk, everybody's opinions matter, because we only here for one reason, and that's the truth. Cue the truth. So many cases we've been facing, so many kids that have been taken. You got ours and you got on. Some more wells I just can't take it. You never see John hesitate. A hard to go you can't replace. So Table Talk gon' be the place where we break down all the basics. You don't need no reservation, open mind, a little face. That's why we work another case. Kids go missing every day. We know the news, they do their thing, but John gon' come through in the pain. But this is show for all of us, so let us know just what you think. For Table Talk, it's time to go to work. Let the people know that John is going live. It's time for Table Talk. It's time for Table Talk. Ladies and gentlemen, I bring to you Mr. John Q. Y'all show him some love, man.
Let's go to work tonight.
It's time for Table Talk. It's time to go to work. Let the people know that John is going live. It's time for Table Talk. It's time for Table Talk. It's time to go to work. Let the people know that John is going live. It's time for Table Talk.